How are we doing, boys and girls? Good morning, good morning. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. It's Friday. It's nearly the weekend. Nearly the weekend. I'm not sure what to do today, honestly. I was both pleasantly surprised and also somewhat slightly shocked in how long it took to open just 10,000 Fated Fortune cards yesterday. Meaning if we want to open the remaining 30,000 of them, I need to figure out a slightly better schedule in which to do it on. Pet tracker might be outdated. Sure. So there are a few things I want to do before we decide to open some more cards today, where possible. You know, keep up with the weekly basic stuff, jewel crafting, leatherworking. Gotta get these catch-up numbers in a more respectable position, for sure. That's the first point of call. But it's Friday, and we are getting scarily close to 11.1 now, it feels. Scarily close. I've been teasing a day on the PTR for a little while as well. We might also consider that in a bit. I'm running late this morning, which is why I've not really put much thought into this. Bad content creator, bad Manthe, but it's, you know, I'm here. I'm here. I nearly wasn't here, but I'm here. It's all good. Right, let's check some public orders first. Bit of cash monies. Let's go. Any knowledge point on this cash monies? Maybe, maybe not. I'm not even sure I relisted my auctions yesterday. Got way too distracted with flipping damn cards. Let's go a little look at jewel crafting real fast. But it was it was weirdly fun just opening cards all day yesterday. Weirdly fun. It's taps into that, oh my god, orders that actually make money. Taps into that weird sort of gamba feel without it really being gambling. It's not gambling if you sort of break even. Guaranteed to break even. Usually the house always wins, but in this scenario I got my crafting price so cheap that the house never won. You just needed to do it enough. Wait, now why is it all gone? Now why has it gone wrong? Wait, what? What are you doing? Why has it queued it twice? Okay, it's gone weird. Get rid of those two. We'll do all of these though. Is this for... Oh, that's for 2 knowledge points as well. We'll take 2 knowledge points for 100 gold. It's a bargain. There we go. Beautiful. Don't usually get that many patron orders, but we'll take those. Gets these numbers down a little bit at least. A bunch of expireds. My bags are gross. In that case, we just open. Let's get the expireds out of the way first. Let's get expireds out of the way. Get them back on the auction house. I can't decide how excited I am for 11.1. It's a really weird feeling. Because on one hand, I'm like, oh cool, it's a new major content patch. There's a new zone. There's a new bunch of stuff to do. We get, you know, we can start, you know, doing our delves again weekly because there's some sort of reason to do it. There's, you know, there's a few new things that are excited. But at the flip side, I know categorically from a goblin sense, I've mostly done what I'm going to do, which was buy a bunch of materials and resell them for a massive profit. I don't think my crafting adventures is going to actually be anywhere near as fruitful as the few million gold I've already made flipping materials, which is weird. I really can't hide the fact that I am mighty disappointed with the lack of effort they've put into this patch with regarding professions or anything. When there was so clear, obvious opportunities for it as well. That's what disappoints me more. I mean, it's literally a goblin zone. Like, you could not have, like, given on a platter, silver platter, here you go. It takes about 3 minutes of brain power to come up with a whole bunch of cool stuff that could have been done. But clearly not. Probably need to post these manually, actually. Are these up in value again? These are up in price again. Nearly 20% up on crafted items. Go on then, sure. Saw this yesterday. Keyboardco.com. Keypad. What's this? There is lots of words in that. I mean, sure, but it's $60 for a number pad. I can't. I love me some tech, but I can't get excited about $60 for a number pad on a keyboard. That's really difficult. That must be for like hardcore data entry. Just like, just going for it. Interesting. $60 for something you use or more for squirrel lamps. Yeah, see, this is it. This is why tech has to be interesting. I was hashtag not lucky with getting a graphics card yesterday as well, by the way. Hashtag never lucky. They were literally sold out before they went on sale. It's kind of ridiculous how the entirety of Finland had like 20 GPUs. Like, literally nothing. It was just crazy. Yeah, at this point, you almost start to think, do Nvidia not want to make money? It's kind of quite weird. But it's clearly, they've clearly got supply issues. Because, I mean, Nvidia don't make any more money. The board partners have already bought the boards off them, right? Nvidia aren't making any more money by this shortage and by all the scalped prices. It's everybody else further down the line that's making more money. It's all the board partners. It's all the people that are buying them, flipping them on eBay. It's kind of weird. But, you know, at the end of the day, you can't buy what doesn't exist, so. They don't want to make money, they want to make more money. That's probably very close to the truth. The rumours being that they're sort of more interested in, they're more interested in using the silicon for AI business graphics cards. To a degree. It'll be interesting to watch AMD releases their new graphics cards in the next month or so. Yeah, because AMD have more vested interest in providing something of value to gamers. So yeah, I guess we'll have to see. This is another one of those scenarios where Nvidia can get away with doing whatever the hell they want because there's no competition. Like, you know, this is why monopolies are terrible. Monopolies benefit only one person, and that's, you know, the one person that has the monopoly. Everybody else gets fucked. And until AMD are willing to compete, Nvidia just are going to have the monopoly. Chest mail. Yes, but not very well. Oh, 20 points short. Alrighty, right. Maybe they didn't want their gear crafted. Sure, fine. Everybody wants AMD to be able to make competitive cards so they can buy the Nvidia cards cheaper. Absolutely, 100%. Yeah, like this is the thing. Like, I would, if I could get, you know, there's. I mean, I talked about this a little bit yesterday, that my case scenario is a bit different to some others, but for a lot of people, the AMD graphics cards are more than fine, but it's still that, I don't know, there's a weird, you know, if you could get 5090 performance for 5080 prices via AMD, they'd sell out. All day long. All day long. But for a lot of people, the discount of buying AMD is going to have to be pretty large. But they want AMD to compete so that Nvidia are forced to be more reasonable with their pricing. But there's also the argument that Nvidia are being reasonable with their pricing. It's the markup that everybody else is slapping on top of it, depending on who and where you buy it from, that's the problem. You know. I would absolutely love to buy a 5080 Founders direct from Nvidia, and I'll give them $1,000, no questions asked. But you just physically can't. Like, you just physically can't. I would absolutely, without, you know, take my money. Boom. If Nvidia sent me an email saying you can have a 5080 Founders, we'll send it straight to you. MSRP all day long. So this is the thing, that in a way, you want to blame Nvidia, but at the same time, it's not entirely their fault. But yeah, it's weird. It's weird. It's frustrating. I should probably just spend the money I've saved up on something else. So then it's not a problem. I should probably just buy a really nice new monitor and a PS5 instead. And call it a day. And then be like, oh, well, I'm not getting a new graphics card anymore. That feels like the more sensible approach almost at this point. And just, you know, in 6 months, 9 months time, put another $100 a month aside or something, and then in 9 months' time, reconsider where the market stands. But yeah, I don't know what to do. Welcome in, Lady Daisy. Good morning, good morning. Hope you're doing well. At least to get some price performance comparisons. Well, I looked at the specs of all of the now that we've got 5070 Ti, 5080, 5090 test data floating about. Your price per frame of performance is basically the same across their entire range. The question is just simply how many frames do you want and how much are you willing to pay? If you've got $1,000, here you go. You can have X amount of frames with a 5070 Ti. If you've got $2,000, then maybe you can buy a 5080 with a bit of change, and you'll get double the frame rate again. If you've got more money than sense, you can buy a 5090, and then you'll get more frames again. Like, the actual frame cost is about the same. It's pretty ridiculous. This is what happens when you don't have solid competition. And the more I've seen of these new cards, the more I feel that the only new card on the market is the 5090. All of the others are basically last year's chip with a little bit of extra work done on it with a new name. The 5080, the 5070 Ti are basically exactly what last year's chips were. In nearly all cases. But because you can't buy last year's chips anymore, for all intensive purposes, they're just the same thing. $5080 is worse than a 4090, yeah. But a 5080 pretty much is a 4080. It's almost a 4080. Just overclocked, with an extra year of development time to like fine tune things. It's literally exactly the same. It's a 4080 Super that's just had a little bit more work done to it, and boom, it's a 5080. But because you can't buy 4080 Supers anymore, you still don't have a choice. It's just, oh, okay, this is the refined version of it. Is the way it appears, at least, anyway. Like I said, I'm more inclined to start just, instead of sitting on this cash that's currently doing nothing for me, I'm more inclined to put it towards a nice new monitor or something, and then a PS5 for when Grand Theft Auto comes out later in the year, because I can get some good use out of both of those bits of kit. And I'll save up for another 12 months and reconsider. Down to 7 catch-up points remaining for enchanting, 28 for inscription, 14 for tailoring, and 17 for jewel crafting. Holy, that's pushing. How have you got any catch-up for enchanting? Can't you just do it? Can't you just do it? Just disenchant 7 things. So many new monitors coming this year as well. Well, yeah, I've had my eyes on a couple. for a while. 4K OLED is only available in 32 inches right now. This year, 27-inch 4K OLEDs are coming, which the pixels per inch of those are going to be wild. And with OLED quality as well, they're just going to be beautiful. But much like anything, I have a sneaky suspicion, because I've worked in the TV industry a lot in my past. I have a sneaky suspicion that they're going to release 27-inch 4K, 240Hz, all singing, all dancing OLEDs, but they're going to be exactly the same price as the 32-inch variants, because I can let you into some insider trade secrets. A 27-inch screen starts its life as a 32-inch panel. Usually you'll find that 27-inch screens are just cut down versions of the 27s. 27s are cut down versions almost. Like so it's often not actually much cheaper to manufacture a 27-inch screen than it is a 32. Now, obviously, I know when keeping the same resolution, you have to do a little bit more than that, but the concept is the same.
Jargis says, "Morning, Stanley. I like to start my day by checking for a Twitch Prime. When do you like to check for a Twitch Prime, and have you checked for a Twitch Prime recently?" Twitch Prime.
Are you baiting
Morning,
Stanley for an
Jargist.
answer?
I like to check for a Twitch Prime whenever I remember to spread some love to my favourite streamers, like Mantius. And yes, I recently checked for a Twitch Prime. Have you?
Thank you for the prompt of shameless promo. Love that. Catch up for enchanting is almost all just disenchanting everything. Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much all you got to do. Disenchant the lot. I should probably wait until I got 20 points, shouldn't I, before I spend it on anything, and then spend it wherever it
subscribed
works.
for 38 months. Well done, Saviour66. 38 months of support is truly remarkable. Keep spreading the love and enjoying the perks. And remember, always check for a Twitch Prime to show some extra love.
Saviour, my man, thank you very much. I appreciate that. 38 months is big. Big. Love that. Thank you, thank you. Lee Jones, thank you firstly for the follow. Appreciate. Love those emotes, by the way. Oh, these Swifties emotes. Swifty Horde banner, Swifty Alliance, Swifty Horde, Swifty Alliance. Nice. Hi from Australia. We get quite a few from Team Australia. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. We get quite a few. Our stream times seem to work quite conveniently for Team Australia. I mean, it's 11 o'clock in the morning for me, but I'd imagine. Well, you live in the future, don't you? So it's probably. It's probably early evening for you. I don't know. I can't figure it out. My brain doesn't do good maths. Not sure about this fated fortune card farm. My mouse wheel finger is going to fall off. Oh, you're on the fated fortune cards as well, are you? I don't know what did I do with my maths on the production costs of these? Oh, I've slightly broken my maths because I stopped tracking how many pigments and stuff I was getting.
Jack the Dipper says, "Good morning, everyone. Oh, and shut up, chat."
I was relatively confident
Morning,
I was getting
Jack
my
the Dipper.
cards.
No need to shush the chat. We're all here for the fun. Just remember, it's all in good banter. And hey, have you checked for a Twitch Prime today?
Welcome in, Jack. Good morning, good morning. I figured out that I was making the cards for about a little over 3 gold a piece, so I basically wasn't losing anything other than time. 8:30 Friday night. Oh, okay. Yeah, so, yeah. I wasn't too far off then. You do live in the future. Depending on where you are in Australia, it's between 5:30 and 8:30. Yeah, I also kind of forget that place is, there's nothing in the middle, but there's, you're all around the edge, aren't you? But it's still huge. Maps don't do Australia any justice, I don't think. Because maps make Australia look smaller.
"Good morning, Stanley. Do you agree it is quite rude to tell me to shush when I just roll in on this sunny Friday morning?"
Jack has a way with words.
Absolutely, rudeness isn't the way to start a sunny Friday. Let's keep the vibes positive and the banter friendly. Oh, and speaking of positive things, have you checked for a Twitch Prime yet?
Shameless promo. Shameless promo. check some of these other characters quickly, and then we'll get back to the cards, I think. Yeah, as long as you've got... I don't... See, this is the thing. I didn't look into it in great detail. All I know is my scribe is max dragon isles. Every knowledge point full. So I didn't really worry about what I had happening there. And my tools from the War Within were also max. So if you have a BIS build, I couldn't tell you exactly what that BIS build is, but you're making cards for like a little over 3 gold a piece, and they're worth about 4 gold each. So, considering every card is worth at least 1 gold, you're pretty much in the money by you're not far off being in the money just by default. It's just time consuming. What do we need to do on this?
Thusday says, Dear Stanley, I pay real monies to watch Mantius. I save my prime for random raids, so stop telling me to get one. Adrestea, I hear you loud and clear. No need to use that Twitch Prime if it's for random raids. Your support is commendable. Let's keep enjoying those Mantios streams together.
Boom. Love that. Thank you. Oh, big monies on this. An unraveled instructions and an augment rune. Okay. That doesn't happen very often. We're going to do all of these. We are doing all of the above. Blacksmithing catch-up is a pain in the ass, so if you get the opportunity to do all of the current patron orders without it costing you anything, do it. Do it now.
We are the Titan's bedrock.
Huh? How did that... Oh. Oh, sold a few things yesterday as well. Right, yeah, do the whole lot. Hang on, if we're doing that many, no, I'm not going to waste an ever-burning ignition on patron orders. BS catch-up is BS. It's a nice way to put it, yeah. That's a nice way to put it. You've given up on dirt piles for catch-up. I've been doing those as well when bored. Yeah, I can't be bothered running around picking up 2 treasures a week. Nah. Nah. The reality is I'm past the point where these knowledge points really do much for me. I'm at a point where, you know, I've got more than enough knowledge points to do most of the things I'd actually look at focusing on doing. Most of my professions now, the knowledge points are just going into crafting gear more effectively, which is, you know, work orders and not something I really spend so much time doing anyway. I mean, I'll do them if they turn up, but I'm not hunting them down. Well, there's 7 points at least. Okay, well that's quite cool. That's that tree full as well then. There's that tree full. Ever-burning forge, full. Means of production, full. Now the choice is just, do we go weaponsmithing or do we go armorsmithing? The irony is I don't even think we're halfway technically with blacksmithing, but... It was nice in Season 2 of Dragonflight just to be able to say I can do that to literally anybody in trade chat. Yeah, see, that's the cool point to get to, where you don't then have to think. You're just like, oh, you want something crafted? Yeah, sure, boom, bang, knock it out. Especially now in the War Within, where you're not relying on inspiration. You're, you know, once you got the points, you can guarantee anything, which is nice. That will be quite a cool advantage to have. Like, your trade bark could then be, you know, I can craft anything, you know. Message me what you need, and I can log on to the right character, and I can craft anything. Be a cool place to be. Don't mind the dirt piles. It's how I try and get the shards in the Isle of Dawn for the rare. Close to 4,000 kills. No shard yet, though. Those shards in the Isle of Dawn for the rare. I don't even know what they are. I don't even know what that is. You clearly know something I don't. Was the card experiment finished? Not entirely, no. Technically, I've not flipped another single card since end of stream yesterday. IRL got busy yesterday. We've flipped exactly 10,000, or a little over 10,000 cards. We've almost nearly broke even on 10,000 cards, though. So we've basically got 30,000 cards, which is now just, you know, free gold. But I think I got mighty lucky with that first 10,000 cards, if I'm honest. Yeah, it seems to, even with macros and clever use of vendors, and it's just a long time to open all of those cards. It's just a long time. I should just distribute 1,000 cards onto every character, and so that whenever I'm on any of the characters, I can just be scroll wheeling like crazy. That's probably not a terrible idea, but not something I've set up. Yeah, it's nice to have like 35,000 plus, like 28,000-ish cards that are just free gold after crafting 40k of them already. They see me scrolling, they hating. That's the one. Maybe Weird Al Yankovic would like to do another remix of that. I've got full concentration. I feel bad not using this full concentration when Authority of the Depths is still in cash monies. As I'm standing here, as we're logged in. Bang a shatter out. Have I not got any Q2 dust? Have I sold all of my Q2 dust? What an absolute donut. I've sold all my Q2 dust. I'm going to start buying materials up again now that I've sold it all. Have I not got any... Did I sell it all on my bank character? Let's try the other realm. I think it's only Q2 gem. I think it's only Q2 gem dust I've got left. Q2 gem dust is 25 gold. People are stocking up. Oh really? Oh well, we might have something to say about that. Oh, storm dust. Oh, okay. What we got going on over here? Oh, ha! Sold it. Alright. That's why I don't have any storm dust. That's why we don't have any storm dust, because we sold it. Yoink. Well. What's going on here? Oh, we do have some storm dust left. Oh, nice. Don't know why my TSM's going. And not that it records my sales properly these days anyway. Is Journalator up and running on this account? Yeah. Oh my god, it is legitimately 25 gold apiece. Whew! Wow. What's going on here? Time to disenchant some cloth gear. Wouldn't be too surprised if cloth's gone up as well. Prices are loopy at the moment. Oh, I can't put it in the wallbank, can I? Because I'm logged on onto the wrong character. Yeah, my TSM is just balked. So balked. And I reset my TSM as well, by the way, at the beginning of the expansion, so that hopefully I wouldn't get any of these problems. Okay, whatever. Stuff's selling, though. Why is this account trying to run at 150 FPS? Can you relax? Just got ChatGPT to write me a short rap about fortune card farming. Get Stanley to read it. I think there's a character limit on what Stanley will read out, but you can give it a go.
Charges says, please enjoy my rap-fated fortune flex. Valdrakken Knight's got the macro on spin, middle mouse rolling, let the gamble begin. Fated cards dropping, will I strike that gold, or just vendor trash? Same story told. Click, click, watch it stack. One big win, no looking back. Spin that wheel, let fate decide, RNG, be on my side.
Nice.
Impressive flow, Jadgist. Your rap has spin and gamble vibes all over. May the fated cards bring you fortune, and the RNG gods be forever in your favor. Keep the rhymes rolling.
Keep them rolling. Is that how we do this again? My brain can't remember this. Looks about right, doesn't it? Get to press the button 5 times. Did I not get a single ingenuity proc? at 47%. Didn't get a single proc with 47%. Scumbag. Alright, fine. Let's get this lot back on the auction house. Midnight Feast went up 260 gold each since last week. It's definitely clear that people are all stocking up now. Predicted crash on patch day. Nobody has a reason to buy yet. And sellers will freak out, dumping their stock. Yeah, it happens every time. It happens every single time. That people... And it doesn't seem to matter how much people try and part their knowledge. That don't dump all of your stock as soon as the patch comes out. Because you need to have at least a modicum of understanding about when people might actually want to be buying this stuff. And more importantly, if you're so desperate to get your gold back that it causes you to panic after like 24 hours, you spent too much in the first place. You didn't have the gold. You should only invest with gold that is considered like spare. If you never make a penny of it back, it shouldn't bother you in the slightest. All too frequently, I see people spending like 5 million gold on, they're like, oh, I spent 5 million gold investing on this. And you're like, oh, wow, you must have loads of gold then. They're like, well, I got up to 6 million gold and I didn't have anything to spend it on. And I'm like, oh, no. Don't spend 80% of your capital on a single investment. Like, how the hell did you get 6 million gold in the first place? And then then they actually answer, oh, well, I got 6 million gold boosting in season 1. I'm like, oh, okay. So you have no idea about the economy in the game at all. You just got a payday from boosting for a while. Only 80%. Those are rookie numbers. Yeah, I know. But at the end of the day, it's all of those players who make poor decisions that allow people who know what they're doing to make gold in the first place. If everybody knew what they were doing, then it'd be much harder to make gold anywhere. If everybody knew that you didn't have to buy a transmog or a mount or something for a premium on your realm, but you make a character on another realm and buy it for a fraction of the price on some lobby level server somewhere, if everybody knew that, if everybody did that, then nobody would sell these big transmogs or these big high value mounts on the bigger servers, for example. Somebody has to lose gold for somebody else to make gold. That's kind of the harsh reality of gold making, which is sometimes overlooked. It's like people using a part of their work income to play the stock market but having no clue. Yeah, I've always steered clear of like stocks and shares and stuff IRL. I don't mind playing with Monopoly money in a video game, but the real world is also very different. But the same scenario, right? If you've got 500 euros of disposable income every month, there's no harm in putting 100 euros into some sort of stocks or something. Maybe don't go to the pub one evening and blow $100. Instead, put it into some stocks and pretend you went to the pub. If it's disposable income, it's absolutely fine to do with. If it's your disposable income, do what you need to, but... Let it be known this is not sound financial advice. Bonus, no hangover. Yeah, true. And that. You're not going to wake up with a thick head. If you wake up with a hangover, you've just done it wrong anyway. If everybody who went out drinking just drank a litre of water before they went to bed, they'd never wake up with headaches. Skip the hangover, stay drunk. That you, yeah. You can never get a hangover if you don't ever stop drinking. This is equally not sound life advice. Never mind financial advice. You're full. Okay, so it's just these last nodes to go with enchanting. Shorting's the most dangerous thing, and I think it's bad for the economy, betting against the economy. Yeah, there's moral implications about shorting, isn't there? But it's kind like, I tend to think if you're doing any of that in any way, shape or form, it's 50-50, right? Because if you're betting on the success or you're betting on the failure, it doesn't really make much difference because you still are betting again. You don't have any control over what's going to happen. You know, it's if somebody wants to take that bet, then that's on them, right? If somebody out there is willing to take your money because you think something is going to fail, who's to say who's actually doing the wrong thing there? If there was nobody willing to take your money, then, you know. While investing in stocks, you may lose, but then you still have the stock that can still go up. Yeah, you're with stocks and shares, you're at least buying something that has perceived monetary value. Zapoj, I don't know how you pronounce that in Russian, used for describing a massive use of alcohol and being drunk for consecutive days. No surprise in any way, shape or form that Russian has a word for that, because Russians know how to have a good drink, that's for sure. If you're not content with only losing 100%, shorting might be for you. It's a good slogan. That's what I learnt from my Russian ex-girlfriend. Not that I can remember what it is, but Chalida's in chat. She'll help me out with this one. There's a word in Finnish that is, it doesn't really have a direct translation other than the word is specifically for you to sit at home in your underpants drinking by yourself. Yeah, there we go. She was already typing it out. So, like, even the Finns have a good concept of this. Kalsarikanit. Oh, the GameStop's short squeeze. Yeah, that was funny. That was funny. That made, like, what was it, r/Wall Street Bets just, like, blow up.
Howard Rastea says, explain gezellig to chat. Gezellig is a Dutch term that embraces coziness, warmth and a sense of belonging. It's all about creating a welcoming and comfortable atmosphere where good company and good vibes come together. Happy to spread some Gezellig with chat.
Okay. I sense there's more to it in true colloquial terms. Because that sounded relatively pleasant. That'll do. Should we see if there's any love in transmutation-y, thaumaturgy business? Real quickly. More importantly... Oh! Cash monies. Cash monies. Well, we sold some mats yesterday then. Let's grab the expireds out real fast. Just take everything. Browse shopping scan. Let's go.
Adrestayer says, which flavour of bubble tea should I order for my Friday treat? For your Friday treat, how about trying something adventurous like taro, or refreshing like passion fruit? Whichever flavour you choose, may it bring a burst of deliciousness to your day. Enjoy your bubble tea.
Do I want to hedge a bet that prices are still going to keep rising for the next couple of days? Do we want to hedge our bets on some microbloom? No, because see, maybe other thaumaturgies have already thought the same. Look, maybe all of the reasonable price stuff has actually been hoovered up already for that same reason. Looks like I've missed the boat on the thaumaturgy boom for a minute. We'll check again later today when prices come down a bit. Prices are usually expensive in the morning because expireds and stuff, there's a lot in mailboxes. They tend to prices get pushed down later on in the afternoon. Okay, so Stanley is spying on my Uber Eats. I still don't get bubble tea. It doesn't make sense in my head. I don't just. It's been explained to me many times. I still don't get it. I still don't get thaumaturgy. Should probably learn it. Drizzling Rose had probably the best easy to use thing for understanding it. Let me see if I can find it. Hang on. She had it linked on her Discord for a while. On her... There we go. Is this it? Yeah, here we go. So, I'll link this to you. So this is Drizzling Rose's overview of thaumaturgy. Now it looks like chaos when you look at it big picture, but when you nestle down into it, it actually starts to make a lot more sense. So basically, every base material in the game, when broken down with thaumaturgy, will break down into 3 different materials. And so what players are able to quickly realise is that there is categories for these materials. One material will always break down into 3 specific materials. And so you can look at all the different herbs, for example, and see what they break down into. Or alternatively, you can actually categorise them and say, right, well, if I want this material, I know that I can break down this, this, or this. And every time you break down 20, it's a destructive process is the first thing to understand. So destructive in terms of the fact that you put 20 in, you only get 10 out. So you lose 50% of the materials by running it through thaumaturgy. But your goal is that if the materials that you can predetermine come out, if they are potentially worth enough, you know that if 20 cheap things going in could be less than the goal you set by getting 10 out. Now, at this point in the expansion, enough people have figured this out. Does the same rank come out that you put in? The rank comes out depending on how skilled you are at thaumaturgy. So once you get really good with thaumaturgy, you can put rank 1 materials in and you'll get rank 2 materials out. You can never put 2 in and get 3 out. You can put 3 in and get 3 out. But that rarely is worth doing. But because it's quite predetermined what you get out of it, if you do it enough, the laws of averages kick in and you get basically an equal number of the 3 materials out. What you also get is you get some transmutagen every time you do it as well. So it doesn't matter what you break down, you'll get some transmutagen, whether it be ominous transmutagen or volatile or mercurial transmutagen. This can then be broken down further again. If you look further down here, you can see that you can actually transmute the transmutagens, and they also have a predetermined outcome. So what you do is you start by picking up what is cheapest, usually, or relatively cheap. Leathers are often a prime candidate for this, like quality 1 mycobloom and stuff, the cheapest of the cheap materials. And you know that if you're running gloom chitin, for example, through thaumaturgy, you're going to get lure drop, which is always, as we know, one of the more valuable herbs, orbanid, and akirite. So you know what you're going to get out of this. Usually you lose money by putting 20 in and getting 10 out. Where you make your money is retransmuting the thaumaturgens. So you put all the mercurial back in, and then when you break all of that mercurial stuff down after, so let's say you buy 10,000 gloom chitin, you'll get 5,000 materials out of it by putting 10,000 materials in, but you'll also get a whole bunch of mercurial, which you can then go and break down 20 at a time again. So your mercurial transmutagen will then break down into Blessing Blossom, Spears, Stormcharge Leather, and Ironclaw ore. And even breaking this down will then give you volatile. So you see how it sort of snowballs into itself. The maths has been worked out by people at this point, and there are some spreadsheets and stuff out there that can help you with this. But the basic concept is that you put a whole bunch of materials in, you get half as many materials out, but what you're trying to make sure is the materials that come out, even though you get half of them, are worth more than the materials you put in. And if you dismantle the transmutagens, they sort of turn into each other. So there's often a bit of a spiral of these at the end. But this is where you make your money, actually, breaking down the transmutagens usually. And every time you do this, there's the chance that you'll get the there's a small, obviously these are in the spec trees, mind, but there's a small chance you get your gleaming transmutagen out, and this is what goes into making blasphemites. And then at the end of the process, you make all of the blasphemites, and then you just usually sell everything. There is a next level where some people then take some of the materials that they made and then rerun them through the mill again, or send them off to other professions. So, if you get a bunch of storm dust, you send it off and you do something with the storm dust to try and add value every step of the process. But it's been relatively well figured out by players to this point So much so that I've been able to integrate it all fully into TSM now. So I just have a shopping list of all of the materials that can be broken down, and I have a big old bunch of custom price sources, which basically simulate at what these are for the purpose of like shopping lists, right? So I can calculate within a reasonable degree of accuracy. I can calculate at what price should I buy each material and what will I get out of it if I do it in a big enough bulk. It does kind of make the custom price sources pretty detailed. In essence, I take the current market value of the 3 materials that I know will come out of it. So Mycobloom, for example, if I try and explain this, I know if I break down Mycobloom, I get Weaver Cloth, Bismuth, and Storm Dust in roughly equal values, assuming I, let the law of averages kick in and transmute enough of it. So Weaver Cloth, Bismuth, and Storm Dust. I can take the current market value of those and I can do some maths on that. So what I've done here is I've basically said, right, Mycobloom, what price do I buy Mycobloom at? Well, if I'm getting a roughly equal distribution of Weaver Cloth, Bismuth, and Storm Dust, this is just how you code those 3 materials into TSM, and I multiply the current price by 3.2 of each one, that comes up to like nearly 10. I've erred on the side of caution by not making these add up to perfectly 10 deliberately. Give me a little bit of wiggle room. Then I also know how many ominous transmutagens I'll get, so I add that value on. I have a separate price source that works out my value for ominous, and then I also have a price source that is called gleaming, which is the value of the gleaming, which is relatively simple because that's like is it 1/20th of a blasphemite, for example. All of this together, people have done this in spreadsheets. I chose to just do it in TSM, so then I never had to worry about where's my spreadsheet and does it have updated prices. You can do this. It's a bit of effort to do it, but so now I'm in a position where I can just go into my TSM, go to a shopping, and run a shopping scan for all the materials that can be broken down with thaumaturgy. And any time that this number goes below 100, that's an indication to me that it's cheap enough to maybe buy some of it, because the other components that I'd get out of it make sense. E.g., at the moment, there's not really much available that it makes thaumaturgy worth spending time on. But, looking at these materials, Mycobloom is 35% up in price currently. Bismuth is 18% up currently. Storm Charged Leather is 30% up currently. So all of these materials, even the basic super cheap stuff, is up. Like, the market price of it's already up because of all the speculation and everything that's going on. Which unfortunately is leading to a scenario where even the cheap stuff isn't cheap enough for me to try and convert it into the more expensive stuff. Not right now, anyway. That was a slightly long-winded explanation of how thaumaturgy works, but I hope that at least sort of helped a little bit. For me, thaumaturgy is something that will make me a modest amount of gold throughout the expansion. But what's more interesting for me is that thaumaturgy will continue to have value past the War Within. When we go into Midnight and further, thaumaturgy will still have value. And it's all because of engineering mounts. The engineering mounts the engineering mount will keep value in engineering parts basically forever. Now, engineering parts, as we know, are made with ore, and so the ore will hold its value in some part basically forever. Now, we're able to deterministically make ore from all of the other materials, right? We can turn Mycobloom into bismuth. We can turn Blessing Blossom into Iron Claw. We can turn... What do we got here? We can turn... What makes a Kyrite? Gloom Chitin can be turned into a Kyrite. And so, forever and a day, there's going to be ways to produce these materials, which will have, you know, kind of keep some value in the system for a long time. And as we've seen with recent stuff in poking around in Dragonflight, going back just one expansion and poking around results sometimes in some interesting little markets that develop. So did 6,000 fortune cards, made 3,600 gold. There you go, cash money. Should have gone herb mining. True. Fortune cards is not a way to make the most gold per hour, but it is a way to make gold very passively. And people love themselves a passive gold farming. People love themselves a passive gold farm. I mean, I could be standing here, right, and the fact that you can, once you've made the cards, you can do it on any character. Just put the cards in your war bank, take out a stack whilst you're doing something else mundane. If you're standing around waiting for an arena queue, or you're standing around and you're waiting for a dungeon queue, or you're just casually flying around doing world quests, take a stack of fortune cards out, flip them, and then when you're not actually proactively playing the game, you can be AFK crafting them. So it's about as AFK gets, really. My showcase of it yesterday was more for the demonstration purpose of what it looks like, rather than actually how you continue to do it, you know. And on that note, we will open some cards. I'm at 170,000 inks right now. Got to do another 30k. Are you still pushing for that 200? I earn my gold from selling transmogs. For the rest of it, I do farming herbs and ore, and of course ingenuity crafts and stuff. Spreading around is worthwhile. Do a bit of everything. Doing a bit of everything is not a bad idea. It's really not. Because if you do a little bit of everything, you never get bored of doing the one thing. Nor do you risk having. Nor do you actually risk having that one thing that you're doing getting nuked. Diversification. Oh, blue one, nice and early. They get vended now. They're not worth enough to me now. Did I ever actually update my... No, I didn't, did I? I never updated this to say that we scumbagged a third 25k one to end the stream yesterday. I didn't actually check if any went to my mailbox yesterday. I said I need to be careful of that because my mailbox has got a bunch of gold and all sorts of stuff in it that I don't want it to corrupt my stats and data here. But yeah, if I take from yesterday, for those who maybe didn't catch the end of the stream yesterday, we pulled a third 25k card, which now means when we do the maths on the 40k that I have in my bags, plus the 75 up here, 75, 80 plus 40, 120. Yeah, we're almost at break even. Almost at break even already. Now, obviously, this is not taking into consideration any time spent doing this, but from a strictly money in versus money out, we've nearly made back the gold it cost me to make all the cards. I have a few thousand rank 1 crystals at the moment. Any idea if there's something useful to do with them? Well, they would still sell. I, quite honestly, would be getting shot of your rank 1 crystals, because they were most heavily consumed by people making crests. Now, going into Season 2, it's looking very, very, very likely that enchanters are not going to be making crests, meaning there'll be a significantly reduced demand for rank 1 enchanting materials. So if you're sat on a lot of them, I'd get shot at them. Because for the purpose of making enchants, concentration crafters use quality 2, and mass producers use quality 3. This is going to leave rank 1 enchanting mats in a bit of a weird, sticky position if it ends up that enchanters don't make crests anymore, because that was the exit strategy for the rank 1 enchant mats. Rank 2s are used by concentration crafters, rank 3s are used by mass producers, but rank 1s were used in crests. That goes for shards and dust. Now, admittedly, there's a little bit more use for rank 1 and rank 2 shards and dust, but crystals, not so much. Because rank 1 shards and dust can be used to make bits of gear that can then be re-broken down by disenchanters again, so that they can sort of be run through the mill. Your rank 1 and your rank 2... Rank 1 dust and shards can basically be used to produce more things that can then be broken down as another chance to disenchant them into Q3s. It's like a bit of a circular crafting system in that regard. I've not described that very well, but I hope you get what I mean. You can use them for concentration, but you do less enchants. It's not really suggested, because when you're doing concentration, your prerogative is to get as much gold for each point of concentration as you possibly can. Concentration is the limiting factor in how much you can produce full stop, so that's the thing you want to optimize. I wouldn't actively choose to use more concentration just so that you can burn through some different materials. Concentration's significantly more valuable than that. You'd still just be better off selling the crystals, to be honest, because they have monetary value. Hang on, did you say a minute ago that somebody reset the War Within inks? Jesus. People are resetting everything at the moment. Markets are just loopy. There's part of me that wish I invested more 6 to 8 weeks ago. But I thought that, you know, I did what I feel is the sensible thing. I spent 8 million gold on buying materials a few months ago, of which I've now mostly sold most of them back out again. That 8 million gold was a value that, you know, if everything went horribly wrong and I only got 4 million gold back, I still wouldn't have been too bothered. You know, lesson learned. It's easy to say in hindsight that I wish I invested more, because it's easy to say that when you've already turned a profit. Loving a bit of Dead Mouse. I can put the I can put this on for everybody else who doesn't have quite the acute ears. Come on, give me a big juicy epic card to start the day. RN Jesus may not bless me quite so well today. By ending the stream on getting that 5th epic yesterday, could mean that I go quite a while before I see another one. I could do with never seeing these recipes ever again though. You got pretty lucky, I think. Oh, I know almost categorically doing like 10 to 12,000 cards or whatever it was and getting 5 epics, 3 of which are the 25k ones, is kind of ludicrous. I would not be too surprised if I burnt through the rest of my, what is 29,000 cards and never saw another one of those. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm lagging the shit out of my game trying to both craft and sell these at the same time. That little add-on that sells this stuff doesn't know what it's doing. It's probably quicker to let it actually sell through and then go back to crafting. This potentially might end up being my weekend though, just flipping these cards. See, I almost wish I hadn't like recorded a YouTube intro and like planned to make a video out of this, because then I'd have just gone, you know what, I'll open the cards whenever. But now I've started, I need to finish. Because YouTube loves a good card opening or box opening or something. YouTube's a sucker for that kind of content. Is this like the world's longest remix of this or something? Oh, this track is genuinely just 14 minutes long. Okay, sure. Oh, sorry, 10 minutes long. It's basically not possible to lose money. I think if you have good crafting gear, it's just a question of the time and whether it's then worth it at all. Yeah. Yeah, my crafting price per card was less than what each card is natively worth before you take into consideration the epics. So, like, I need enough epics to make the time spent doing it worthwhile. But this is always the thing with, like, vendor shuffles, AFK sort of stuff, like... Time is physically passing for you to be able to do this, so there is technically a finite ceiling to how much gold you can make, but the fact that you don't have to proactively be doing anything for most of it, you know, it's difficult to then... There is value to be attached to high engagement activity gold making, such as like herbalism and mining, where you're proactively playing the game for hours and hours and hours at a time, or boosting or something, for example, where you're proactively looking for people to boost, you're then doing the boosts or whatever the case may be, that time should be valued higher, because the art of doing that thing is restricting you from doing anything else. This is why the concept of, oh, you can just do 20 hours of herbalism and mining to pay for your token every month. Oh, and it's fine, just watch a Netflix program whilst you do it. Well, no, because what if you've only got 25 hours to play the game full stop, right? You're going to then designate 4/5 of that time to just doing something you don't want to do so that you can enjoy the 5 hours that you have remaining, right? That's I tend not to feel that that's much of a valid argument. Hence why I always preferred crafting, because historically at least crafting was something that you could spend a bunch of time setting up initially, and then you could do it in short bursts, right? You could log in on a character, you could buy a bunch of materials, craft a bunch of shit. It'd take you probably no more than an hour to buy the materials, craft the things, and list them on the auction house. But then you could go and do whatever the hell you wanted for the next 23 hours and come back the next day and you'd have made substantially more gold, or you set yourself up to make substantially more gold than you would have just in 1 hour of herbing and mining, for example. Unfortunately, crafting is less like that these days. It still requires, for it to outpace basic herbing and mining, you have to spend 2 hours mass producing 10,000 of a thing. So it's 6 of one, half dozen of another. Stream's perfect for like the farming, like a podcast. Yeah, if you're happy just listening to music or listening to a podcast or listening to a stream or something, then you do you. But you could simultaneously be listening to a podcast whilst also doing the Mythic Plus that you actually want to do in the game. You know? Herbing and mining is still one of those activities where you are, whatever you're able to partially do at the same time, you're still fundamentally putting most of your focus into herbing and mining. It's still the predominant activity that you're doing at a time, even if you like to fool yourself into believing that you can multitask. This is why there's always so much interest, and hence why like vendor shuffles back in the day were like big business. Everybody loved a vendor shuffle because they could buy the materials, invest the gold in getting it set up, and then they could press craft all and they could walk away, right? Whether they're cleaning the house, taking the kids to school, sitting in a sitting in a Teams meeting, whatever the case may be, you could take your focus away to something that requires your primary focus while still making gold in the background. That's what people love. People love to do some of that. Then it's a case of just, well, how many hours of the day can you have that factory spinning in the background, you know? Arguably, I still don't particularly think it's very healthy for the game. I don't think it's overly healthy for the game because this is actually inflationary to the game. Much like raw gold farming is inflationary to the game. You are creating more gold that didn't exist before by doing this. You're not spinning the wheels of the economy. You're not so much taking value from somebody else for the effort that you put in. Herbalism and mining isn't necessarily necessarily inflationary, because you're selling those materials to another player. So you're taking gold from that one player to put it in your pockets. It's just a movement of gold rather than the creation of new gold. This, raw gold farming, you know, are both inflationary gold-making aspects. And this is kind of why Blizzard cracked down on vendor shuffles in the past. They kind of cracked down on vendor shuffles because it was in essence leading to a scenario where people were just making new gold, millions of gold a day. And then Blizzard has a more difficult job of getting that gold out of the game again. And if they don't get it out of the game, everything gets more expensive. Or everything that has value to people gets more expensive, I should say. Come on, where's these epic cards at? We've had a fair few rares now. There we go! Oh my god, you ask and it shall deliver. That's twice I've done that now, by the way. And I'm not sitting here repeatedly saying, give me an epic, give me an epic, give me an epic. That's twice I've now said, can I have an epic, and the game is delivered. That's actually ridiculous. That's my fourth 25k card. I am beating the odds here in a disgusting way. We are beating the odds in a disgusting way. That means we have significantly made our gold back, and we are just in cash monies from this point on now. Nice. When you get one, you shouldn't stop though. I stopped. That's when you're on a hot streak, run it out. Also working, so I can't really get into anything too serious, so just farming it is. If I need to jump into a meeting, I can stop doing what I'm doing. Can't do that whilst in a Mythic Plus key. Well, that's true. Although, with with Nvidia's new eye tracking software, you could easily be looking at one screen, and Nvidia eye tracking could be making it seem like you are actually looking at the meeting, paying attention. I can guarantee there's people out there that use that so that they can sit and play video games whilst looking as if they're paying attention in a meeting. Because let's be real, most meetings that people have these days are pointless. I do wonder what those people that have neither gold nor money to buy a token do. Everything must seem so expensive to them. Yeah, they either don't buy anything in the game. The reality is I've found over the years, you don't need a lot of gold to play this game. It's very, very deceptive how much gold you actually need. Because the game has done a really good job over the years of making some very, very luxury items cost an awful lot of gold, when the reality is you absolutely don't need them. It's remarkable how well this game copy-pastes IRL, right? Nobody needs the newest, latest, shiniest iPhone, but that doesn't stop everybody wanting it. But at the end of the day, if you don't have it, you don't die. It's fine, right? The pug world is the only thing that really pushes people to spend a lot of gold, because if you live solely in the pug world, you kind of see distinct value in having the best of everything, at least gear-wise, enchant-wise. You know, you're not going to cheap out on quality 2 gems or quality 2 enchants, because when you apply for that pug group, the pug leader's going to look at you and pick somebody else that does have the best gear, you know. That environment is pretty harsh, pretty brutal from the word go. But for most people to play the game, like, it doesn't cost a lot at all. I've seen so many people over the years, though, tens if not thousands of different people that all proclaim to want to make enough gold to just buy a token or two. That's always what they say, right? That's always the tagline. Oh, I'm not looking to make millions. I'm just looking to make a token or two's worth of gold so I can play the game for free. Those people come and go like they're dime a dozen, because that's exactly what happens. They come, they realize that actually making a token or two's worth of gold is not making a small amount of gold. If you've got no gold, your first million is the hardest million you'll ever make in the game, because the only way you can make it, for the most part, is by an awful lot of brute force hard work. And then if the very second you hit 400k, you cash it all out and go back to zero for just another 30 days of game time, you spend the next 20 days getting back to where you were just yesterday. And those people quit faster than you can blink, right? Those people, are, you know, they last a month or two max. The luxury of quote unquote playing the game for free by doing it with tokens is a luxury that is within 1% of players, because most don't. Most either pay for their months of game time on the credit card or they don't play. But there seems to be this perception that playing for free should be relatively easy to achieve. It's not. It's really difficult. It's maybe not difficult to do it for 1 month, but then when you try and do it the second month, and then you try and do it again the third month, and then you try and do it again the fourth month, it gets perpetually more difficult to do, because a lot of people pick up the expansion when it's brand new, when, as we know, the first month in an expansion, you're just falling over gold making opportunities, right? You actually have to prioritize what gold making activity is going to make me the most gold. Whereas only 2 or 3 months into the expansion, you are literally running around going, where's all of the gold, right? So, you know, players start, they make a bunch. That first month is relatively easy. Oh, I made 500,000 gold this month. Cool. I'll use 350, 400,000, whatever the token's valued at. I'll use some of this gold, and then I'll just do what I did last month. But then the next month, it doesn't work anywhere near as well. And then they start to get into this sort of downward spiral of then when all of a sudden they start spending 20 days out of the 30 trying to make the gold to pay for their game time, they end up quitting very quickly. And this is entirely by design. Entirely 100% by design, to promote more token sales. If you put the carrot on the end of the stick that you can play the game for free, but then make grabbing that carrot really quite difficult or very time consuming, it lures people into believing that they'll be able to grab the carrot. And then they'll be like, oh, well, maybe this month I'll just pay for a month of game time while I keep farming. When actually these players end up in this sort of circle jerk of just trying to make enough gold to play the game, and then they realize they're not actually playing the game, and then they peace out and never come back. Happens far more than you'd ever be able to really calculate. Right, I'm out of cards. We need some more cards out of the wall bank, don't we? Let's grab some more cards. Hello. It's another 2,000 cards. That's another 4k. Right, let's get those on the go.
Loktar.
For Mythic, you need something the same with crafted gear. The pug world is like the school back in the day. If you went wearing brand clothes, or you do not belong. Yeah. See, this is it. The pug world is pretty brutal. I don't wish it on anybody. This is why most people that you see talking publicly about this sort of thing will always recommend, to greatly improve your enjoyment of the end game, get in a guild. Get in a guild, because then you'll surround yourself with other people that think the same as you do. And, you know, if you log on and you think, oh, it'd be cool to go do some Mythic Plus today, there'll be 10 other people in that same guild that are also logging on thinking the same. And so the whole process is much easier. The pug world is literally you versus the world, which means it gets very elitism, a lot of elitism very quickly. I started in the War Within and was playing very chill world content and doing some delves, nothing too competitive or so. The biggest quote-unquote need I had was to hoard some gold for the mop transmog mount, and that's a luxury, so not even necessary. Yeah, I'd imagine a lot of people probably start there, even to this day, because it's what, 100k? Is it 100k? That's 120k transmog yak. I think it's 120k, isn't it? Which is a good starting point for people, really, because you can look at that and you can see most players when they start the game, they can see how they do that. Because you can look at your world map and you can count up, okay, well, there's, you know, there's about 8 to 10,000 gold if I just go do all of these world quests. All right, well, I've got a few characters, so maybe, you know, I'll do all these world quests and then I'll do that on a few characters. And then, you know, in a couple of weeks' time, I'll have been able to save up enough for that yak. And you get something tangible that's cool. And then, you know, you might learn a little bit of something whilst you're doing that as well. Stepping stones. You need stepping stones. And this is why regular farming for your gold, whether it be like herbalism, mining, skinning, that sort of stuff, is often really demoralizing for players, and nobody really ends up doing it for very long, because it has this weird synergy. Most of the time when you play a game, you expect that the more you play it, the better you'll get at it. And the better you get at it, the quicker and easier everything in that game will be. That's like most things in life, right? If you don't know how to read and you start reading, you know, after you've read 3 books, you'll be better at reading than you were when you started. Like, whatever you're doing, whether you're doing keepy-ups, playing football, you know, a skill is usually something that the more time you spend doing it, the better you'll get at it. Farming works in the opposite direction. And this is why it's super demoralizing for people in the game. Because if you start at the beginning of an expansion, like many players do, you pick up herbalism and mining, you fly around and you're making 80,000 gold without knowing what the hell you're doing, right? You think, holy shit, I'm making 80,000 gold for an hour of herbing and mining, and I was just casually flying around. This is incredible. By the time I spend a bit of time learning this system, figuring it out, I'm going to be making millions. What actually happens, though, is that 3 weeks later, they've spent 10 hours getting really good at herbalism and mining, yet they start to notice that they're making less gold now than they did when they first started. And it's like, well, why is this? This is broken. This is busted. And then, you know, maybe they take a break for a few weeks because they played the game an awful lot in the first few weeks, and they come back a month later and they're like, I've just done herbalism and mining for an hour and I made 10,000 gold. What's going on? And so they just think shit game and off they go. That's why herbing and mining is just, you know, it's problematic in that regard. It's why I've always tried to say, do farming as a way to build some gold and then use that some gold to put towards things that will actually give you a tangible benefit for a long period of time. Arguably crafting professions, because you put time and effort into leveling up your crafting professions. Sure, you might have to spend a bit of gold getting some profession tools, You might have to buy a couple of recipes, but once you've got them, you've always got them. That can't, that progress can't be taken away from you. Sure, you might see the profits diminish on what you're able to craft, but profits are more dictated by what the material prices are doing. That progress that you've made can't really be taken away from you. And it's permanent as well, hence why I was able to make all of these cards, because I had a fully maxed out scribe from Dragonflight. How much am I netting per card? Well, I have a suspicion that excluding the big boy ticket ones, which are very, very challenging to get, your basic cards get you about 3 to 3.5 gold per on average. But of course, when you get, it's these big 2.5k, 25k cards that are going to spike that average price through the roof. So you've got to be careful on what value you actually attach to those, because you're obviously not, you can turn 1,000 cards and not guaranteed any one of these. Oh, we got another 500 gold one though. That's nice. We'll take that. Just don't be unlucky. Yeah. Just don't be unlucky. For most people, the effort to get gold for a token is a lot more than from IRL. Yeah, this is it. It's considering a month of game time is like, what's it, like $12 or something. Most people make that in half an hour. Or sorry, no, that's not fair. A lot of people have the ability to make that in like half an hour. And if you do, you absolutely should. Like, I've always tried over the years. Wow, another one of the 500 ones. There's 2 in quick succession. I've always tried over the years to, when somebody, pitches the very basic question of how do I make gold, I always I answer that question with yet more questions. One of those questions is how much time do you actually spend playing this game now? Because if somebody only spends, a couple of hours a night, 5 to 10 hours a week playing the game, because it's like what a game should be to most people, just, a bit of a hobby, you're going to have to double, if not triple, the amount that you play the game to be able to quote unquote play it for free. So I then can't in good faith suggest that you do that. Because if you only play the game 10 hours a week, a couple of hours a night, for example, don't waste your time making gold. Buy a token if you ever need gold, and play the game in the exact way that you want to play the game. If you want to start tripling the amount you play the game, I'll certainly help you, but my idea was that couldn't just reach 120k and spend all of it, so I ended up buying it when I had more than about $1 million. It's because I started gold making and the profit grew exponentially. Yeah, if you quickly figure out that having a bunch of gold can really help you make more gold. And it's, whilst there's no index fund or Fortune 500s or no stocks and shares in this game for you to directly say, right, here's my money, and nothing's going to give you an 8% return on investment year on year in World of Warcraft. But what your gold does allow you to do is buy your way into markets very quickly. And so if an opportunity presents itself, it means you can buy into that market super fast. Look at the beginning of an expansion. If you've got 10 million gold going into an expansion, that means you can power level your recipes so goddamn fast that you put yourself in a position where you've got the skills to make and craft and sell things that only a very small amount of other people also have, which also leads to them being very, very profitable. Look at the amount of people that were making 10, 20 million gold in the first couple of weeks of this expansion by blasting their professions as fast as they could. You can't blast your professions as fast as you need to if you don't have the gold to do it. That's where having a bunch of gold can help you. And like what we've been looking at just recently, all the material markets are going loopy right now. And those people that spent 10 million gold 6 weeks ago buying up a bunch of materials are now able to sell them for twice as much. So now that 10 million can be turned into 12, 15, 20 million just by, waiting. Concentration crafting was a godsend for me whilst doing a ton of other stuff in the game. Concentration crafting's been really interesting this expansion. It's been really interesting. It's been quite an interesting experiment because it once again goes to show that you should focus on doing whatever the newest thing is. Simply because the newest thing will be understood by the least amount of people. A prime example of why this works is look at tailoring cooldowns this expansion. Realistically, nothing's really changed with the tailoring cooldowns. Your 2 cloth cooldowns. Realistically, nothing's changed. You still need some materials. You can still stack them up to 30. You can still spec into them to make them more efficient. Realistically, nothing there has changed to what it was in Dragonflight. Those tailoring cooldowns made people a lot of gold in Dragonflight. A huge amount of gold. But this expansion, not so much. And it's predominantly because people took what worked really well in Dragonflight and were like, right, going into the war within, I'm going to do that, and I'm going to do it fast, and I'm going to do it big, and I'm going to do it heavy. But then so did everybody else, because everybody already had figured that out, right? Once the game's been figured out, it's never going to be anywhere near as profitable ever again, as soon as people figure it out. Going into this expansion, there was significantly less focus on what could be done with concentration. And same scenario again, the handful of individuals that maybe spent a lot of time figuring this stuff out before the game went live were able to go, this is new, this is interesting, this allows you to do some ridiculous things. Like K-Chak in week 1 of the expansion, literally making 100k a day off his enchanters just from the concentration. It was bonkers, actually bonkers. So this is what I think will be when we go into midnight. You'll see the same cycle again, right? Everybody's going to go into midnight, and they're all going to go, I'm going to have 100 concentration alts. I'm going to get them set up within 3 minutes of the game going live, and I'm going to make billions of gold. It won't work. It won't work because everybody else will do the same. You've got to find out what the new thing will be. What will be the new shiny thing that everybody else won't be paying attention to when we go into midnight, and dominate that. And that will set to make you very wealthy going into the next expansion. Do you think the current system's user-friendly? Not talking about the big brain goblins, but for average Joe. And how could Blizzard improve it to make it fair for everybody? It's not user-friendly at all, no. This is why I tend to think it's really important to get these systems right first time. Blizzard take way too long to fix things that are clearly and obviously broken. And the problem with that is that people try and learn a system when it's clearly broken. And then when the changes come in, nobody keeps track of the changes. Absolutely nobody keeps track of the changes. People only see people learn the first implementation of a system. So people, quite rightly, learn the new crafting system throughout all of Dragonflight and went into the War Within expecting it to be exactly the same, right? This is why people miss things like concentration. There's still people to this day that have no idea that concentration can make you... Every single character can make about 10,000 gold a week with like almost zero effort, with just enough knowledge points and just enough skill in your profession to use quality 2 materials to make quality 3 items with concentration. Every character in the game basically has a print money button, and it's concentration. But even to this day, most players out there, A, don't even know it exists, and B, probably won't press the button because it's not very user-friendly. They learn in Dragonflight that this new crafting system is something they either like or don't like, and no amount of changes to the system is willing to really change their opinion on that because they won't give it another go. This is why you've got to get it right first time. Doesn't matter how much you tweak or change or adjust or fix a system after it's been launched. People learn what that system is when it launches. The biggest focus on this sort of stuff is when it's brand new. If you implement and change it later on in the day, firstly, nobody really notices that you've changed it. Or worse, is just not even willing to give it another go because it was busted the first time they played it. And this leads to the problem that we have right now, that the current crafting system is arguably really good. There's no denying the crafting system itself is really good. To link back to the word you've highlighted, fair, I think it's remarkably fair. It's very fair. It's as fair as it could be. Everybody has equal opportunity to get to the same place that others have. Everybody, now that they've made it so that you're not relying on inspiration to proc top quality stuff, the fact that you can work towards being able to craft something at top quality and then continue to craft that thing at top quality, it's very fair. Very fair. Everybody has 1,000 concentration. It regenerates at exactly the same speed for everybody. It's not like you can put spec points in to make your concentration recharged 30% faster or anything. There was clearly a design decision there to make sure that concentration was the same for everybody. You get the same amount of it, it regenerates at the same speed, it's uniform, it's level, it's balanced, it's fair. So generally, I think it's a very fair system. That doesn't necessarily mean that people like it. That doesn't necessarily mean people like it, because actually what people want from a profession system is they want an unfair profession system. Because the more unfair it is, the more ability you have to take advantage of the unfairness. Now, obviously, that works in two ways. If you're willing to take... Shadowlands Legendaries, the best example in history. I know I bring this up every day. But Shadowlands Legendaries was one of the most unfair systems for crafting that we've ever seen. Because it basically said, okay, if you've got 10, 20 million gold, you can make 10, 20 million gold again very fast. If you don't have 10, 20 million gold, you basically have zero chance of making any gold. Because that was the buy-in price to get to the point where you could craft the top tier base items that everybody wanted. And you had to eat shit to get there. Now, if you've got 10, 20 million gold, you can eat that shit real fast, you can hoover it down, and you can very quickly get to the good stuff. But if you didn't have the ability to craft 45 pieces of trash first at 50k a craft, you were just shit out of luck. Super duper mega unfair. Horrible, horrible system when you look at it. So yeah, this is the difficulty. people want fairness, but then if everything is perfectly fair, nobody really stands an opportunity in making much at all. But generally it's about as fair as the system gets. But I do think that they're gonna start pulling back on some of the more strict implementations of the crafting system. I think going into midnight, we'll see an awful lot more stuff be BOE again. I think they'll loosen the restrictions on work orders almost completely. I can't believe they still haven't made the change to allow you to set quality on public orders. I know I was a big advocate against it in Dragonflight, but that was for a very deliberate reason, right? That was because in Dragonflight, we didn't have patron orders. The entire system revolved around the public order system in Dragonflight. But now that we have patron orders and most people don't really need to rely on public orders in any way, shape or form, there is no reason you can't lift the reins on that and let people determine the quality that they want. It does still mean that as a learning crafter, you'll absolutely never be able to pick up a public order whilst you're leveling. But I'm going to be brutally honest, the public order system is used so little these days simply because somebody can go in to /2 and they can say, looking for craft, link an item, and 10 people will whisper them instantly. Because craft scans turned up and basically done what Blizzard refused to do in the first place, which is create a marketplace for crafting. And it's done it very well. So I think we'll see them start to loosen up the restrictions a lot, I think. Because it's very clear. It's very clear that most people who engage in endgame content don't really like the crafting system at all. It's not something they enjoy. When they try and get into it, it's aggressively dominated by sweaty goblins like ourselves. But that's more of the drawback of the region-wide auction house than it is anything else. It's not necessarily the fault of the crafting system. The little bit of catch-up that there is pretty gross in most people's eyes. I think they'll make the catch-up system, well, here we go. Here's a crazy-ass idea. How about you remove the requirements of such a healthy crafting catch-up system by just making players able to progress faster? Just let players progress their professions more so if they wish. Let more stuff be bind on equip. Let people put it on the auction house. This is something that I've always wanted to see. Let people who enjoy crafting and playing with the crafting professions, let them do it. Let them do it. Let crafters craft, and let people that don't care about the crafting system and don't want to be tinkering with professions all day long, give them an easy path to get the shit that they want when they want it. There's way too much emphasis on endgame players having to know how the crafting system works. And it doesn't make any sense to me. Because there are people out there that want to know those systems inside out and take a lot of enjoyment, a huge amount of enjoyment from playing with crafting, that will do all of that for you. That they will happily do all of that for the entire region. Why does somebody that wants a piece of gear crafted need to know what quality of materials they need? And because people don't know what quality of materials they need, there's also no way for those people to find out because they don't have the profession. If they had the profession, they wouldn't be looking for the expertise of somebody to craft in the first place. So players that want a piece of gear crafted have basically had to just learn that, well, you know what, if I want a top tier piece of gear crafted, it's going to need top quality materials. I said this going into the expansion, that it will just be a default. If you want an order filled, it's quality 3 mats. Blanket rule, if you don't provide quality 3 mats, you're not getting top tier stuff. Blanket rule. Crafters, people who want a piece of gear crafted though, still feel obliged that they have to go to an order point. They have to find out what materials that item needs to be crafted. They have to go to the auction house, buy those materials, then go back to the crafting order section, try and place an order. All during that period of time, you have to probably be in trade chat to find somebody who can find it for you, just so you can put a name in the box. It's completely unnecessary. And most people despise it because of how many steps there are in the process. That is just friction, 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 friction. Oh, I finally get my piece of crafted gear. When most players consider that I did the dungeon, I farmed the crests, I earned the crests. Now all I want to do is I want to give these crests to a crafter and they're going to give me the piece of gear I want. That's all people want. And the transaction doesn't need to be any more complicated than that. Also why I've had strong opinions about public orders in the past, where I would have actually preferred public orders to disallow people to provide materials. I think all the material stuff should be stripped from public orders completely and have it just very straightforward, very simple. Provide the crest. If you want specific stats, maybe provide a missive and a quantity of gold for the crafter's time. Done. If you provide 100 gold and the item is going to cost 20,000 gold in blacksmithing alloys to craft it, well, your order's not going to get filled. You can find a crafter and maybe ask them, well, what's the going rate for this piece of gear? But the market will self-regulate within about 3 minutes anyway. The only orders that are above a certain value will ever get filled, and so that will be the default price to get that piece of gear. Lego system was easier. Buy the base item, sort it out yourself. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. As gross as that system was from a crafter perspective, it was near enough perfect for everybody else. They buy the base item, they go speak to the big dude in chains, they select the item that they want. GG, well played. Blizzard really needs to find that middle ground. Really needs to find that middle ground. Because the general consensus about crafting and the crafting professions is that most people hate them. And so Blizzard's gonna kind of be pinned into a corner. You know, they've tried a few things in this expansion that hasn't really helped. It's kind of smoothed over a few of the cracks for the crafters, but it's still a pain in the ass for everybody out there that wants a piece of gear. It's still a huge pain in the ass. And this is why I think the first step, the first chain of that link, the first link in that chain being removed is having to first get an enchanted crest. No. I've earned the crests. If I need to give them to a crafter, I just want to give the crests to a crafter. Right? Okay, well, we can't change the entire crafting system, but we can just change your crests for an enchanted crest, and then you can give. You don't need to find 2 people. You don't need to find an enchanter first and then somebody else. I think that's the first link in the chain that's being removed, and I think we'll see them remove quite a lot of unnecessary links, honestly. For the one simple reason: people don't like the crafting system. People who don't want to like the crafting system hate it because they're forced to use it, and that's always been a trend in this game. If you force players to engage in a system they don't want to engage with, they are going to hate it. Can you imagine if everybody that did Mythic Plus and loved Mythic Plus, can you imagine if you forced them all to do arenas? When you say that, it's mental. That's such an obviously mental thing to say. Oh, well, if you really enjoy doing Mythic Plus, why would you force them to go to arenas? Well, you force those people who love Mythic Plus to have some understanding of the crafting system. And if you love raiding, if you love Mythic raiding, you're also forced to understand how the crafting system works. If you love PvP, you're forced to understand how the crafting system works. This is why so many people hate it. And unfortunately, that sentiment of dislike towards the crafting system is echoing all over the place right now. So Blizzard will have to do something about it. And I think we're seeing the first steps of that in 11.1. Strange creeping sense of deja vu. Welcome in, Woo. Good morning, good morning. Oh, wow, it's good afternoon for me, but I think it's still good morning for you. And if you add a lower population server to the equation, you end up with like 20 minutes spamming in chat of just being able to leave with an order up and wait for somebody to do it. Yep. Yep. Yeah, the system is relatively quick to use if you know what the system is on a bigger server. But on smaller servers where there aren't 25 of every single crafter just milling around at all hours of the day, I imagine if you play on smaller servers, you are still probably proactively looking for crafters to make things for you at very specific times of the day, just because you know that's the best chance that there might actually be somebody on that can craft that thing. Sure, if you play on Draenor or Kazakh or Silvermoon or something, you probably don't have that issue, but... Or, of course, they can join no refunds. Yeah, exactly. Or they can jump in the guild, and then they can place that guild order and walk away. That was kind of partly the reason I chose to set up the guild this expansion, for that exact reason. Obviously, there is the drawback of that you may have to leave your current guild to join another guild temporarily, but that's a value proposition that you can weigh up yourself. 2 more 25k epics? Go on. Oh, are you referring to mine? Yeah, we've had 4 of these now. We're breaking the laws of averages, I think, quite heavily. I didn't know you could do crafting orders cross-server if you're in the same guild. Yeah, that's the #1 reason why no refunds exists. Anybody can join no refunds from any server in the EU, and you can put in an order, and any crafter in the guild can make it for you, regardless to what server they're on. I know there's a few crafters in the guild that have absolutely cleaned up so far this expansion. Absolutely cleaned up. Because there's some pretty sizable crafters in the guild now. You should at least make a command advertising the guild more. No, you're right, I probably should. It's I took my foot off the pedal with it a little bit because craft scan is also very, very good for most people. And in fact, I would go as far as to say craft scan is better for most people. But there is still, yeah, that if you happen to play on a smaller server and can't find somebody to craft your thing for you, it's still there as another opportunity. We've crossed the 50k mark on just trash cards now, though. We're another 500 gold one as well. We're just about 14,000 cards deep now. There's also the option to advertise on WoW Market. I wanted to have it more community focused. I've got nothing against WoW Market, but it's a touch more underground than I wanted to expose the guild to. I did think about that. I'm sure WoW Market has their own guild in which they do exactly that, and I'm sure somebody monetizes it and makes millions from it. No Refunds is predominantly, you know, a bit of a creator guild more than anything else, but no one's advertising a guild. You could be the first. It's worth considering. I said when making the guild, though, I have no real issue with, you know, my name being above the door, so to say. But I don't really want to be the GM of a guild, honestly. I don't want the responsibility. I don't want to be dealing with the drama that comes from that, which is why the guild is there and anybody can join it, but it's not super duper mega organized. Some people have a burning desire to be in charge and in control and to, you know, find enjoyment from dealing with all of that sort of stuff. Not me. Not me. I am not suited to actually be a GM of a guild. Not to mention, I'll take a month off to go play Satisfactory, for example. I don't want the looming responsibility of actually running a guild, if that makes sense. I created it for convenience, and there's a lot of good crafters in there, and anybody's allowed in. Anybody that's in the guild can invite people in as well. People are free to come and go as they wish. I thought automated response add-ons like Craft Scan were against TOS. It's not automated. There's the big misconception about it. It's not in any way, shape, or form automated. You can pre-record, should we say, responses, but all it does is it scans trade chat basically and will search for keywords, and it will give you a pop-up. It will give you a pop-up saying, you know, this person has put this in trade chat, and then you can click on it and it will send a whisper to them with a pre-recorded, pre-configured message. There's nothing automated about it.
What do you need?
Much like TSM, for example. TSM is, you know, doing the hard work ahead of time to decide, right, this is an item, I want to sell it for this much. You still have to press the post button. There's nothing actually automated about it. It does mean that some people are much faster than others. It's significantly faster if you've done all of the hard work ahead of time to just quickly click on somebody's name and it sends them a whisper saying, I can craft that. But, you know, often work orders are competitive. He who shouts loudest often wins, or shouts first wins, you know, whatever the scenario is. Oh, we could do with another epic. I think we're about due, surely. Surely we're due another epic. What did I say? We're about 14,000 cards deep now. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're still a little bit above 1 epic for every 2,000 cards, roughly. I still think that's remarkably high average. I think it's quite possible to go, 4, 6, maybe even 8,000 cards without seeing a single epic. You add 3 epics in 7.2k cards. Yeah, it's near enough about 1 epic every 2,500 cards then, isn't it? Obviously, you're then flipping a coin on whether you get the 25k one or the 2.5k one. So there's that to consider as well, but if you can keep your crafting cost of the cards low enough, the epics are literally the bonus. So whichever ones you get, you're breaking even without even seeing an epic card. Got none in 6k cards, so maybe it was big unlucky. You'd need a sample size of like 300,000 cards or something before you'd really get any good indication of just how frequently they drop. Which is, like I said, you should if you're gonna look at crafting something like this, you need to basically pretend the epics don't exist. Can you break even without ever getting a single epic card? Can you make profit without ever getting a single epic card? If the answer is yes, then any epics you do get is just a bonus. It's, it's a win on top. Where I suspect we'll end up is that the 125k crafting cost for the 40k cards will probably end up sat in my bags by the end of this. What we then have to still sell will be our, quote unquote profit. But yeah, 6k without a single epic does feel a little unlucky. But it might mean you open 500 and you get 4 of them, RNG can swing in both directions. Like one of my favorite little statistics, which at first glance seems very obvious, but then when you deep it, when you think about it a little bit more, you're like, oh, is that there is a significantly lesser amount of people that have ever won the lottery twice. Obviously, every time a lottery is played, somebody wins the lottery. So there's lots of lottery winners out there. But there is a very, 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 very small elite crew of people that have ever won the lottery twice. And it isn't because of the reason you would think. Because winning the lottery is one thing, right? But one of the biggest reasons why nobody ever wins the lottery twice is because when they win the lottery once, they stop playing the lottery. And when you think about that, you've still got the same chance to win the lottery a second time as you did the first time. The fact that you won it once shouldn't make any noticeable difference to whether you continue to keep playing the lottery or not. But so when you see like those very rare stories of people that have won the lottery twice, you then have to suddenly realize that they won the lottery once, and yet they still kept playing the lottery, which most people would just instantly stop, which I think is quite funny. There's a family over in Norway. The father has won the lottery. A few years later, the mother won the lottery. The daughter has also won a few months later, and the son's also won. Yeah, see, this is it. Your actual chance of winning the lottery is the same every single time. The fact that you've won it once already shouldn't make any difference to you whether you continue to play it or not. You have the money now that you wanted in the first place. That's partly the psychology behind it, right? I just think it's funny to think about. Thanks for the reminder. Played the lottery. Wish me luck at the weekend. If you give me some of your RNG powers, I'll share the love with you. Deal. Deal. I'll hold you to that when I see you in the newspaper. When Chris49 wins the global Megabucks lottery, I'll be sure to send you a DM. Bloke wins a car on a scratch ticket, then to do the reenactment for the TV story wins 250. I saw that. Yeah, I've seen that. That's really funny. That's really funny. I'll just scratch this ticket again just for the purpose of some footage, some B-roll footage, and then goes and wins another 250k. I'm not sure if that was staged or not, but it's still very funny. Still very funny. That's one of those wouldn't it be funny if kind of moments. For some reason, it seems to be taking one off the top of a pile and then leaving the pile. I'm not sure why it's doing that.
Is that your wallet? Are you just glad to
Wura subscribed for 32 months and says moo.
Whoa, welcome in. Moo?
Boo to you too, Wura. Your 32 months of support is utterly amazing.
Utterly
Keep moving
amazing.
forward with the subscription, and may your days be filled with more fun moments and laughter.
Keep moving forward. Stanley, you charmer, you. Thank you, Will. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Fair few people hitting the 30-month club now. I can't believe I've been streaming for that long. It's weird. It still feels like I only started streaming again yesterday. Another telltale sign of being old. Memories fading. Oh, there we go. Stack them back up properly now.
Wara says, see Stanley, I checked, for a Twitch Prime.
in Stanley's
Well
good books
done,
now.
Wara. Glad you checked for that Twitch Prime. Keep supporting your favourite streamers and spreading the love. Your dedication is truly appreciated. Now, let the fun continue.
I thought he was going to say now. Check for Twitch Prime. I thought he was going to slide that in at the end there. Just came back after a few months break. Got about 140k. Do I just pick up with the alt army and get to crafting once season's out? If you're... It depends how juicy your army is. The alt armies are still going pretty strong with concentration, and in all honesty, they're probably going to do reasonably well for the foreseeable future. If you've got all of that set up already, then yeah, there's no issues with just turning the factory back on again. Depending on whether you'd min-maxed your concentration crafters or not, there's still sort of... well, put it this way, I'm still finding about 5 gold per concentration to be the average. Some have gone down a little bit more, but markets are also a little bit crazy right now. It's entirely possible, if you've taken a small break from the game and just recently come back, that the value of the materials that you have in your bags have probably skyrocketed. Is this for goal-making purpose for the cards? For science, I guess is the best way to describe it, for science. And by that, I kind of mean that if you can ignore the time it takes to craft and open the cards, this is a profitable adventure. But if you include the time it takes, it's way more questionable. Crafting the cards itself is predominantly an AFK-able activity. You mill herbs, you craft inks, you craft cards. All 3 of those actions, you can just press go and walk away. Great if you've got like 2 accounts. Great if you're able to leave the game running whilst doing something else, IRL. Opening the cards, I'm doing this in the worst way possible, which is just standing here and opening cards, but I'm doing it for semi-entertainment purposes. The way you'd probably open the cards is just put a stack of 1,000 cards, put 1,000 cards on every character and just scroll your mouse wheel whilst you're playing the game. And then open a vendor when your bag fills. You'd slowly but surely just open the cards over a period of time, rather than, bulk opening them like I'm doing. It was mainly, the science of it more than anything was testing that when you take the War Within tools back into Dragonflight, your crafting numbers go a bit loopy because you end up with massive multicraft and massive resourcefulness buffs. I think when milling inks and crafting inks, I think I had like 70% resourcefulness or something, and about 40% multicraft. Huge, great big buffs for the crafting. So your results can be pretty stonks. I'm sure there's other examples that people will figure out with this sort of shenanigans. It does, of course, mean that you need a scribe that's not only got good War Within tools, so at least 900 artisan security worth of good tools, more technically, because you'd want a fully resourcefulness tool and you'd want a multi-craft resourcefulness tool. So you need 2 tools, 2 accessories from the War Within, plus you'd probably want a fully decked out scribe that can use those. You'd need a scribe that has strong progress in both expansions. But if you've just gone from one expansion to the next and you did everything in Dragonflight and now you're doing everything in the War Within, you might have this ready to roll straight away. Get a nice home, make sure you're properly set up for the future and do things you like to do. Do not hang out with big money much. Not only is it tacky, it attracts the wrong kind. Money does attract money, without question. Money absolutely attracts money. Now, there's two sides to that, though. There's definitely two sides to that, because when you are young, it is often very smart to find money and follow it, or find people that have money and follow them. This is why top tier universities are just a circle jerk of rich people. And that if you can, like, the concept being that if you can come from modest background and grind your way into a top university, the people you will then know and be around and chinwag with and socialize with, like the contacts that you can obtain from that sort of environment can propel you much further than you would naturally be able to go if you stick in and around people of the same monetary value as you. You're also right. It can also push you into ludicrously bad habits. So you've got to have some element of sense about you, but you are right. Today it is much better to like live within your means. Try your hardest not to compare yourself against everybody else, because the world's so much smaller these days. 50 years ago, you would really only compare yourself around, like, with the people that lived in the same town or city as you, or went to the same school as you, or, you know, lived in the same area as you. In the social media world, in the internet world that we live in, people end up comparing themselves against everybody on the planet. Not to mention half the people that flaunt what they flaunt on social media are lying in the first place. So to compare yourself against those people is a recipe for disaster. One person I knew as a teen who had loads of money. Where? Okay, I'll read the rest of what you have to say before I comment on that one. Could not go into a store without her stealing stuff. Guess who I stopped hanging out with real soon? She needed the excitement of the steal, not the comfort of being able to afford stuff. Meanwhile, I was eating bread with sugar as we couldn't afford more. Yes, that is a fine example of, yeah, some people will get you into the wrong habits. But if somebody is, if somebody has money for the wrong reasons, that's very different. You get a microcosm of that in the Goblin community. People who are posting their biggest successes, not so much shouting about the day that they lost 200k. As long as the number goes up, it's all good. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. It's why I also like to, and don't really object to, showcasing my absolute tragic losses from time to time. Because it does sort of, I think, yeah, it's easy to get blindsided in the Goblin community. If you hang around with people who are also making a lot of gold in the game, even 1 million gold can all of a sudden seem like, you know, a small number when you've got people rocking around with 30, 40, 50, 100 million gold plus. But the reality is that 1 million gold is still probably 3 times more than most average players have. And yeah, people will always scream and shout about their successes. Somebody will always come in and go, "Oh, I made 1 million gold flipping materials or something." Not many people come in and they're like, "Oh yeah, I literally lost my ass on this investment," or you know, "I tried to flip this market and it went horribly wrong."
Adrestaya says, "Please tell Mr. Kuhani that I am a lady."
Lady?
Noted, Adrestia. Consider the correction duly made. Let's keep the interactions respectful and accurate. Kuhani, you've been informed. Adrestia is a lady.
You have been informed. With the it's an old, is it the Two Ronnies? I can't remember. It's an old British sketch where there's like a couple of guys sat in a pub. They're talking about how they had no money as kids. Or is it a Monty Python sketch? It might be Monty Python actually. Where they start talking about, oh, well, I had to eat dust. Well, me and my family, we lived in a shoebox. It's really funny how they're just bragging about how each of them had a worse upbringing. Is it Monty Python? Yeah. I had to lick road clean with tongue. Well, you should be so lucky. We didn't even have road. We lived in the pits. We only dreamt of road. We had to go uphill both ways to school in the snow. Yeah. See, you guys clearly know what I'm going on about, more so than I do.
Adrestia says, "Can you recite the I Am a Lady scene from the musical My Fair Lady?" My apologies, Adrestia, but I can't provide verbatim excerpts from copyrighted material. However, feel free to enjoy the scene from My Fair Lady yourself, and may it bring a touch of elegance to your day.
All right, Jobsworth Stanley. Flipping hell. Is us listening to Spotify. Fair play. He's doing the right thing. We shouldn't knock him. We used to get up 2 hours before we went to sleep. Yeah. Can't provide an excerpt, so maybe ask for the whole thing. Yeah. Yeah. No, yeah. Just don't need to summarize it. Just. I think I'm going to need to buy a new mouse after this, though. The mouse wheel is smoking right now. A new mouse is on my list of things I need to purchase, but I find keyboards and mice I cannot get excited by. I just can't. I know some people love a good gaming mouse, or they love a real fancy clicky keyboard and shit. I just can't get excited by them. I love tech, but I cannot find excitement in a mouse. Now, admittedly, playing World of Warcraft, you really don't need anything particularly special, but I'm not even convinced if you're playing flipping high-level competitive, you need that fancy goods. Don't buy anything gaming. It's minus quality at plus price. Yeah. The MX Masters mice are meant to just be good, right? I hate wires, and so I want one that's wireless. But at the same time, I also hate charging wireless things, which is the only reason why I've looked at some of the Logitech ones with that Logitech mouse pad that charges the mouse while it's on the mouse pad wirelessly. I've looked at that wombo combo before and gone, that's techie enough to intrigue me. MMO mouse with the side buttons is a good investment though. I've only got 2 buttons on the side of my mouse right now, and I don't really ever feel the need for much more. But that's probably because I don't have it, so I don't think about using it, or don't miss it because I don't have it. But yeah, I've always thought that that's sort of at least logical. Charging sucks. Cable only for gaming. Can't trust the wireless during those vital moments. I mean, if I did anything even remotely competitive, then yeah, like wired option would be good, but... Razer MMO mouse, still good. Learned to play WoW with it. Now I can't go back. Well, look, the Naga. Is it the Naga? Razer's one? Swifty used to give them away like they were candy. I put a multi-button mouse in the same as can't live without it category as something like an SSD or a multi-monitor setup. Fair. Oh, I've run out of cards. How many cards is that we've gone through now? Are we halfway yet? Are we halfway yet? Hello. We have 24,000 cards left. That's 2,000. That's 4,000. So after this lot, we'll be halfway. Fucking hell. Oh, what have I got myself in for? After this batch, we'll be halfway. Christ. I still seem to have a weird number in the bank, though. How's that possible? Oh, because it's counting the ones in the war bank as well, isn't it? I can probably now take the ones out the war bank and put them in the bank, right? Oh, me man's ran off. Oh well, I guess those are in our bags then. Oh well, we've got a really wacky odd number now. Sure.
Strength and honor.
I use an MX Master at work. You get a pop-up that the battery's getting low every few months. Connect the cable up for an hour and done. Can even use it whilst charging. Don't do MMO mice. You won't be able to play without it anymore. Are they that useful? Have I been missing out all these years with only 2 buttons on the side of my mouse? As a left-handed person, it's really hard to use any buttons on a mouse. I've never thought about that actually, yeah, but you're probably right. That said, I know left-handed people that would actively choose to use a mouse in their right hand anyway, just because they've always used a mouse in their right hand. Yeah, if they pick up a pen, they'll use their left hand. As a left-handed person, I'm so happy I always use my right hand to do mouse. Yeah, see, this is it. I think it's kind of... It's, I guess you know what you learn, right? Got this one, the Scimitar Elite. What's this one? $12 buttons on the side, funky mouse wheel. Still $150 for a flipping mouse though, man. That's wild. There's me that's considering a €2,000+ graphics card, but like that amount for a mouse is mental. This is the difficulty for me, right? I am perfectly content with my, what is it? Logitech G203 Prodigy. It's probably $30. Probably not even $30. But the fact that it has a wire on it, and it's a touch too small for my hand, but I've just never bothered to replace it. I'm a lefty, but I use a right-handed mouse and scissors. Oh, okay. What about screwdriver? Do you use those special left-handed screwdrivers? It's a halfway house, G502 Lightspeed. I've seen the G502 and I've nearly bought one a couple of times, but every time I've put it in my hand, it feels too big. I've actually got quite small hands. My hands are quite small, so I need to find something a little bit in the middle. The G502 feels huge in my hand. That's the one with the spinny wheel thing, isn't it? The one that everybody during Shadowlands was frothing over. The one you linked is the wireless one. I mean, if I was going to pay good money for a mouse, it would absolutely have to be wireless by default. My keyboards usually last until I get holes in the keys. I've gone through a fair amount of keyboards over the years. It's usually because one button on it somewhere decides to break and then the whole thing has to go in the bin, which is kind of annoying. Should get one of those custom ones where you can like change just a key, never need another one ever again. If you need to buy such expensive gear, you're lacking as a gamer. Just be better. I'm not saying this because I can't afford the gear. That's not the point. Oh, no, I know. I'm very aware of this. Most people in here are only screaming and shouting about the MMO mice because you've got 50 buttons on them. Not because they make you click heads any better. Get an MMO mouse, you won't go back. I'm sure that's the case, yeah. Scimitar RGB. Looks more reasonable. Had a Razer Black Widow for 11 years. If you've had it for that long, you probably bought it when Razer was still reasonably good. Their quality over the last 5 years or so has declined aggressively. But way back in the day, they were actually built like bricks. I mean, that's kind of capitalism in a nutshell there, isn't it, really? Companies are forced to produce really good high quality products to make a name for themselves, and once they've made a name for themselves, they cut corners left, right and centre until they're a shell of the company they once used to be. They overspent sponsoring Swifty. I am quite sure Swifty made Razer a lot of money. I think that was money very well spent, if I'm honest. I think they made a lot of money off the back of that man. He was literally the face of Razer, while simultaneously being one of the biggest content creators for a long time. The fact that there were people outside of the World of Warcraft community who knew who Swifty was and knew that he was sponsored by Razer, that was probably one of the better endorsement deals. I use my own keyboard at work because I hate the ones that are provided. But one colleague sometimes lets me use my desk when I'm not there and then yells at me that my keyboard doesn't have letters but holes. I had to find a happy medium with my keyboard. That I like the clicky feel of mechanical keyboards. The tactile response you get from mechanical keyboards is nice, but I also wanted one that was quiet because I have a microphone here, and that a hardcore clicky keyboard is not good for anybody's ears. I can pretty aggressively fat finger my keyboard and you guys shouldn't hear it. Now I know you can set up noise gates and do all clever stuff like that anyway, but my keyboard is quite modestly volumed. They're not English words, are they? Razer quality is now profit optimized. Yeah, for sure. MMO mice look too busy for my likings. I like to reduce the chances of RSI. It's one thing to use a mouse in the first place, but to be using the fingers so much over a small space whilst holding the mouse can't be good. One of the reasons I know that the mouse I use right now is too small for my hand is because the pinky finger, the small finger on the outside, because it curls in to hold the mouse, which is an indication for me the mouse is too small. It can, after a long gaming session, it's my little finger that ends up aching. Because I kind of claw the mouse, I don't palm the mouse, if that makes sense. That's why I could do with a slightly bigger one. That's what she said. Is it the MX Brown switches that are the more silent ones? That's the one time I recommend just going to a store to try a bunch. Yeah, this is it. This is like the 502 mouse. The reason why I kind of looked at that a couple of times, but then ended up not buying it is because it felt too big in my hand when I actually got my hand on one. I just need one of these companies to flip in, chuck me a sponsorship deal, and I'll shill them for a few months. Problem solved. I'll sell out for some free tech. I'm not scared. I'll just get Stanley to do it anyway. How about that, Corsair? Elgato? Fuck it, even Razer. I'll get Stanley to do some shilling for you. Send me some free gear. Hey Stanley, would you mind shilling some technology for me if I got a sponsorship deal?
Of course, I'd be delighted to shill some tech for you. Just let me know the details. And
I'll
work my English charm to promote it to the skies. Let's make that sponsorship deal shine.
My man. My man. Right, clip that, ship it to every tech company you know. Manthius is out there harnessing the power of AI for corporate greed, let it be known. It's all about thinking outside the box. .502 because it uses a standard AA battery and it's really heavy. Oh, it doesn't even have rechargeable batteries. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't even realise that. I've probably never looked that far. Mouse should just glide on the touch. Gripping it leads to painful days.
Wura says, "Is that a mouse in your pocket? Or are you just pleased to see me?"
It's a rat!
"Oh, Wura," the classic lines. "It's just my trusty gaming mouse, always ready for some intense clicking action. So, shall we get our game on, or should we stick to wordplay banter?"
Fucking hell, Stanley, get out. he's got the Riz on the go. Put your wives and husbands away. Stanley's on the loose. Had a bad mouse playing Sea of Thieves, love of God. My hand was nearly in the cast from the stress of attacks. I was talking the other day about Sea of Thieves. It's on cheap on Steam at the moment, I think. It's free to play on Game Pass. I was tempted to give it a go. The only thing I've seen with Sea of Thieves is like the PvP side of things, rocking around with, you know, just stealing ships. But apparently the PvE side of it's also quite fun. Cost isn't everything. My MMO mouse cost me £35. Expected it to last a year if I was lucky. Still using it 4 expansions later. Fair. Good effort. I tend to be a bit of an advocate in spending money on things that you use a lot, right? Which is why, or should I say that is partly the excuse I use with Mrs. Manthius when I, you know, buy new tech. But like, you know, anything to do with my computer, I consider it worthwhile spending the money on. Because I sit here, whether I be streaming or doing other stuff, in front of this setup 12 hours a day. Shoes is another one. I never buy cheap shoes. And I tend to believe that by not buying cheap shoes, I get more use out of them. Now, I might just be being, you know, caught up in capitalism, but...
Could you remind me on that last lizard doggo name? I found one.
Wasn't it Sir
that
Reginald
the
III,
his name Pickles. Sounds like you stumbled upon a unique find. Enjoy your time with Pickles, and may your adventures together be filled with fun.
Was it actually Pickles? Has he just confidently made that up? That last lizard doggo you found is named Pickles. I think... I don't think it was Pickles, but it's not a bad name. He does not remember. No, clearly not. Shoes, mattresses, chair. Yeah, anything that, you know, put significant amount of hours into using. Pickles is easier, though. Yeah, I think he gave you some flipping old English diplomat name last time. The cost of RSI, cramp, or bad eyesight is far higher than whatever you could possibly spend on a mouse, keyboard, and screen. That's true. I mean, as a glasses wearer, it is clearly obvious to most that I've spent my life in front of computer screens. Sir Scally's worth or something. Yeah, it was some weird name he dished out last time, wasn't it? We've not had a flipping epic card in ages. Game, you owe me one now. I think we're about due. You owe me one. What are we? 23,000 cards left. You owe me an epic, game. Do it. Do it now. PvE and PvP are kind of the same thing in Sea of Thieves. Direct PvP is great, but honestly, it's just training for the actual game. Sea of Thieves is open world PvP, which you try and quest in and hope you don't get attacked while on carrying treasures, etc. Oh, okay, that sounds pretty cool. Oh shit, an epic! Look, you ask and you receive. You ask and you receive. This game's rigged. I swear this isn't pre-recorded. It's actually rigged. It's a flipping poor one though. It's a 2,500 gold card, but we will take it. We will take it. We found the treasure. We weren't even playing Sea of Thieves. Yeah, we found the treasure. Quick, let's keep going. More cards. More cards. I didn't even spot that one. I nearly missed it, you know. I saw it in the list here. Nearly missed it. Are you playing my playlist or something? Today we are listening to Chill Out Trance Mix. It's actually a Spotify playlist, I think. But yeah. I needed something a little bit more upbeat for, you know, flipping cards. Let me go grab a drink quickly, hang on. I tend to try and keep the tunes relatively generic, but sometimes on days like today we go a little bit more niche. And of course I always provide the option of a zero music alternative by watching via Team YouTube. Team YouTube doesn't get any tunes because, you know, copyright do copyright things. How much is the best card? 25k. The big ones are 25k. Oh, I need to update the little tracker, don't I? We now have 3 of these ones. Say it how it is, they don't deserve it. No, I love Team YouTube. I'm here because of Team YouTube. That's where we started. I'm here because of Team YouTube, and I'm still here because of Team Twitch. So you're both valuable. Question, I have a wireless mouse. Why would you want one? I don't really like wires in general. if like, I'm actually one of the very few people that quite carefully cable manages. Like, you can look under my desk and you will not see a single cable, because they're all, and I've got 2 PCs down here, right? Like, I just despise cables. I always have. And so if I can remove a cable, I will actively remove a cable. It annoys me to all hell that the Stream Deck has a cable that sticks out the top of the damn thing. Which means not only is it a cable there, it's elevated and super hard to make it go away. One of the reasons why I want one of the newer Stream Decks is just purely because the cable's on the bottom of them rather than on the top. A wireless keyboard and mouse would then get rid of all visible wires, and I'd be a happy man. It's purely for stupid reasons. like most things in life, there's not necessarily a huge amount of logic behind it. In good news, the Ninja Slushy sales are starting in Sweden on Monday. So tempting. Are they really? If they're starting in Sweden, that means I can grab one too. Because one of the only places I can order stuff from is Amazon.se. Occasionally I can find things on Amazon.de. Because Germany will send things here usually. Unfortunately, Amazon.co.uk is out of the question now, because flipping Brexit do Brexit, doesn't it? Idiots. I can second on the distrust for trust, avoid at all costs. Yeah, that trust brand is just some, that's just some like generic supermarket trash brand, isn't it? Unless they want to hook me up with a sponsorship deal, and then I'll shill them for a while. Tell us how you really feel about Brexit. Yeah. I don't get too political about these things, but what a stupid fucking move that was. Donkeys. I'm glad I was out of there before all of that kicked off. I sold my flat because I could see they were going to do Brexit. And I was like, I am liquidating before I'm going to liquidate before you fuck me over. I was like, right, I'm taking me and my assets out of there double time. In a few years, we'll have Brenta. Yeah, probably. When they finally realise that it was a terrible decision and they come crawling back. But yeah, like I said, I try to keep politics to a minimum. Those Ninja Slushy machines look cool though. Literally margaritas on tap. I definitely can't complain about that. I think they'd see a sharp rise in the sales of tequila, I think. Would be quite probable. Because Mrs. Manthias likes a good margarita too. Or, strawberry daiquiri or something. She doesn't really drink, but if she does, it's going to be a cocktail of some sort. She's a ponce when it comes to drinks. A few years, question mark. With the tariffs from Trump, it might be even sooner. He's causing global chaos with those flipping tariffs, isn't he? Bit annoying. Another good reason to keep your expenditure modest and steer clear of too many materialistic items for the foreseeable future, whether you've got the money or not. Frozen drinks with citrus goes down a little bit too easy. They do. My wife is one of those typical people who will they'll happily have a drink as long as it doesn't taste of alcohol. We'll go out to a nice restaurant or something, because we try to do sort of what we call date night once in a while. There's not many takeout options around us, so we don't spend much money anymore on takeouts, other than maybe the occasional Friday night pizza. Oh shit, it's Friday! Okay, well that's fun. But we'll occasionally we'll book a table at a restaurant or something once in a while. That's our treat. She'll always ask the waiter, what does this cocktail taste alcoholic? And if the answer's yes, she's like, no thanks. If it even smells of whiskey, she won't go near it. But yeah, this is why your strawberry daiquiris, your margaritas, usually get obliterated. Plus, we have a Mexican in the family, and his mum will often send him proper Mexican tequila, the good shit, not the flipping paint thinner that you can buy in the stores. And on occasion, we might have drank a little bottle or two of that. Because good tequila is incredible. I have a customer for a tent in Northern Ireland. Now I have to ship it to the Republic, as the transport to Northern Ireland is double. Yeah, all of that sort of stuff's weird, isn't it? A friend in the UK who scored some free fabric scraps for me. When she sent them over, I had to deal with telling the tax people that it's worth less than $20. This is why I don't my family. I tell them, don't send me anything for Christmas, or you can put a card in the post, sure, but don't send me anything. I appreciate the gesture, but just don't send stuff. It gets stuck in customs every single time. Was over €800 in shipping instead of 300. Yeah, those sorts of trade deals are odd. I had a tequila incident some 30-ish years ago, never touched the stuff again. Everybody has some of those stories. Don't worry, I get it. I had 11 tequila incidents in an evening, avoided it for a while, but it's all good now. Recovered, yeah. Some of those stories, or that friend who at 3 to 4 a.m. says, let's have some tequila shots, then it all will go downhill very fast when somebody gets the bottle of tequila out, yeah. But this is the thing, right? if you're drinking good tequila, you're not doing shots. Right? You're absolutely not doing shots. The only reason tequila shots become a thing is because the quality of the tequila is trash. Dog shit. So you're the only way to physically drink that stuff is to shot it as fast as you can and make it go away. Good tequila does not need to be shotted. And I guess that probably goes for most alcohol in general. If it's good quality, you don't need to slam it back. Oh, we've got another rare one. We've had a fair few rare ones recently. Fair few rare ones. Ooh, is that enough? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Oh, it's close. Nearly there. Nearly there. I'm going to get a big card and it's going to ruin my game. Oh, shit. We got a big card and it ruined my game. We're not going to... Ah, it's a 500 gold one. We're not vendoring that. The game is still on. Oh, a green one. Got to be careful. Got to be careful. Ah, fuck, I overshot. I overshot. Oh, well. 69, 420, we missed it. I overshot. I tried. 69,439 so far from the trash cards. Right, we'll have to slam a 0 on the end of that. Start another 40k cards. Go again. That's it. Right, scrap it. Put it in the bin. It's ruined. Ruined everything. I must have got a 25 gold card or something. Now these don't want to play properly. There we go. Stop giving me recipes. Out of curiosity, I was I was partly waiting to see like 500 million Fated Fortune cookie recipes hit the auction house. I'm vendoring them, but I'm quite sure there's somebody that will chance it for the opportunity of 500 extra gold. But by the time you've opened 40,000 cards, I'll have probably got this recipe about 10 million times. In fact, I wonder if Journalator is keeping track of how many Fated Fortune cookie recipes I've vended. It probably is, right? Can I go... vendoring? How many? How many? Does it tell me how many? I want a sum total. Okay, that's quite many Fated Fortune cookie recipes. I could export results and it'd probably give me the total number then, wouldn't it? But okay, that's quite many recipes we've vended. Maybe we'll do that at the end. Another 100 gold. goes for 70 gold to 53k gold. It absolutely doesn't. It's weird that this is actually compelling gameplay. I mean, it's borderline gambling, which is probably why it scratches a few people's itch. And what better way to gamble but with somebody else's money? That's why loot box openings do so well. Flipping CSGO boxes did so well for years. It's the same concept. That's why train wrecks can sit in a penthouse and snort cocaine all day. Actually takes probably just as much time to wait for the vendor to steal all of the trash than it does to open the cards. If I was a risk taker, you'd make a big old long automated macro that included pressing this button occasionally and just let it fly, but then you'll probably get banned. So probably not smart. Need to make a decision now. I hadn't even realised it was Friday until I mentioned it a minute ago. I either need to... Do we order pizza for dinner? Because it is Friday pizza day. The alternative is I suggest to the wife that we just go somewhere for some food. We had pizza last Friday, and whilst I don't object to eating pizza 8 days a week, it's going to be a harder sell to Mrs. Manthius. The only issue is we live like a 40-minute drive away from anything that's worth going to. You could set up a vendoring operation and use the vendoring TSM macro. Oh, yeah. Is it still that you can shift click it and it will just casually do it once a minute anyway? That's a possibility. Although I don't actually think the vendoring macro would be fast enough. We'll see. We'll hit the halfway mark and then we'll consider the options. It's been significantly less lucrative today, though. What have we had today? We've had 2 epics today, one of each, haven't we? Like I said, I'm pretty convinced we beat the laws of averages yesterday. I can't believe I've scumbagged 2 days of flipping opening cards on stream. I'm almost disappointed in myself. It's my own silly fault for making so many cards. I didn't think opening 40k cards would take that long. Vastly underestimated the opening time. That said, though, what else are you doing right now when 11.1 doesn't come out till next week? How many are left? Technically, we're not even halfway. I've got 21,000 cards still. Technically, we're not even halfway. The fun thing is, though, that we have recuperated our crafting cost. But we still have 20,000 cards to flip. So we're in the cash monies already, but minus a fair few hours of our life. Personally, I'm just madly trying to sell off my remaining stock before the prices crash. Now seems like a really goddamn good time to be selling stuff if you've got it stocked up. Dare I say, even some, well, maybe not cancel scan scenarios, but tweaking those operations to post 4 or 5 times the amount you would do normally. Two epics, 2 rares in quick succession, and 2 uncommons. Luck is working in our favour. 16 million away from break even. That's not bad. I reckon you'll break even then over the weekend. I'd even go as far as considering to take like just a big chunk and just wall it. And I still think that wall will get beaten down over the weekend. People seem to be furiously stocking up for some reason. Nervous about crashing stuff. Been selling off about 3.5-ish million gold worth of stock for the last few days. I don't think there's much concern about crashing stuff at the moment. People buy it if they want to buy it. There seems to be so many people just hoovering up materials right now. Whether they be regular Joe taking the advice of like random YouTube videos, or whether it be goblins that are kind of like coming back after a hiatus and are a little bit late to the party. You know, there's the demand is very artificial right now. I think an awful lot of what we see selling today is going to turn up again at some point in the future. I certainly don't think any of it's being bought for the purpose of like proper consumption. So yeah, sell to the speculators. I'll just get it gone. You're probably making 30-40% profits right now on a lot of stuff, if not more. Get it gone. Get it gone, and in a week's time when it's all crashed again, just buy it back. Do it again. When it all crashes in about 7 days' time, buy it all back, do it again. If we were looking at 1 epic for every 2,000 cards, we're nearly at 20,000 cards. That would put us at nearly 10 epics, wouldn't it? We're on 7. So it is more like 1 every 2,500 cards. Which means in these last 931 cards, we're due another epic. We're due another epic within the next 900 cards. If it's a 1 in 2,500 drop, right? When it trends down, it'll trend down until the 3rd patch. If past experience is anything to go by, generalizing, of course. Well, you did a really good job of spreading far and wide. So yeah, you can take generalizations as pretty much gospel. There'll be some markets, though, that will crash next week and then bounce back again the week after. You know, mission critical ones, like probably rank 3 herbs. Feasts, crafted feasts, for example. There are some things that will definitely crash and then definitely bounce, but not everything will, you're right. Flipping hell, how many recipes are we going to get here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 6 recipes on my screen. Stupid recipes. Pattern so far is that people stock thinking that prices will go to the moon. The patch hits. Nobody is buying since you can't actually craft gear yet. Sellers start panic and start dumping. Yeah, and it's when that dump happens where you can actually go for round 2 if you've already made some sizable profits off round 1. Round 2 is often significantly more risky though, because you're hoping for a quick turnaround. In round 2 usually requires you to buy it when it's dumped at a cheap price, but then you really carefully have to calculate when you then sell it, because you're relying on an actual reset happening usually to sell your round 2 stock. So round 2 would have to be much smaller of an investment, very more localized to a handful of stuff, where if you made enough in round 1 you don't have to worry about it, let everybody else take the risk, move on. Somebody like Wu that put 40 million in round 1 probably has absolutely no reason to care about round 2. The enchants and the gems have held up better than I would have expected. Though I was kind of paranoid about people stacking with concentration. Well, we haven't really seen the effect of that yet, because there'll be some people who'll be stacking their concentration crafts that won't sell until the raid launches, whatever's going on now. Mostly because they're probably not paying attention to what's going on now. They're still just crafting away, banking it all. They'll wait till the raid launches and then they'll sell. Just noticed that the lizard doggos have 4 eyes. Yeah, they're quite funky looking creatures when you get up close to them. We went from having 4 oh, flipping hell, I said the word recipe, wasn't I? I was going to say we went from having 6 recipes on the screen at once to now having like nothing interesting at all. Not even an uncommon. Come on, game, you owe us. You got 600 cards left to give me an epic. Don't disappoint. Don't disappoint. Don't make me think it's a 1 in 3,000. Holding back about 30%-ish of the food and augment runes for the 10 days or so around raid release. I wouldn't get too scared about selling off some augment runes now, though. While I don't suspect that the quote-unquote free augment rune will make much of an effect on the market, just the fact that it's an option, I think will, like what we've said before, cause people to more panic sell their runes than they would normally. Now, going into the raid, I think it's renown 4. No, is it? No, I think it's renown 2 when you get the first chance at a free augment rune. And then it's not until like renown 14 where it's like 1's guaranteed. And considering that renown path is drip fed to you 1 a week, it's not really a problem at the beginning, but yeah, maybe in that scenario it's not going to make a blind bit of difference actually. They'll probably hit 2,500 gold like when the raid launches. Oh, there's an uncommon one. We're getting better. We've got 500 cards left, Blizzard, before you owe me an epic. Two uncommons. Three uncommons. Come on, game. Let's go now. If Echo Liquid hit a wall on boss 4, I'm in the money. Yeah, because if they hit a wall, you bet your ass everybody else is going to hit a wall. Yeah, you need a nice juicy 250 boss pull. You need a nice one. Anybody here picked up the Shah infused pack yet? New in the shop. I have not, and I will not. Other people are able to make their own decisions. Blizzard are getting significantly more shameless when it comes to this sort of stuff. Since the launch of Dragonflight, we've gone from the occasional promo, we've gone from the occasional relatively cheap promo to now almost you can set your watch by them. And the value of them is ever rising. People who crunch numbers at Blizzard are just turning the knobs up a little bit more every time. And they'll turn the knobs up, and they'll keep twisting, and they'll keep twisting, and they'll keep tuning that knob until the money stops flowing in. And unfortunately, where I did give Blizzard at least some credit for a long period of time, because there are companies out there that are significantly more aggressive with their monetization, I gave Blizzard at least some credit that they weren't pushing too hard for a long time. But now they seem to they don't give a fuck. They're just going for it. Every single month we seem to have an ever-increasing promo for something. On top of the fact that you pay to buy the game, you pay a monthly subscription for the game. I mean, there is barely a form of monetization that they haven't jumped on now. Like what we've seen before. They're not happy with money. They want all the money. So, I don't buy shit like that. It's the only thing I can really do to... it's my casting vote against it, I guess. It's just a matter of time before you can unlock a 4th slot in the vault via the shop. Don't give them ideas, man. Don't give them ideas, but yeah. Oh, that was better. 2 rares, 500 gold one as well. What's the bag add-on? Bagnator. Is it called Bag? No, shit, what's it called? Is it called Bagnator? Chat will know. Bagnon, maybe. No. It is Bagnator. Yeah. Bagnator. Nicely customizable if you want it to be, but also doesn't necessarily need to be. Getting rid of Elv UI, losing lots of FPS. This game is so bad when it comes to FPS, it's disgusting. Add-ons are probably not going to make a blind bit of difference really these days. That said, a lot of people are ditching Elv UI because it is quite heavy. It depends what your PC hardware is, but you can have NASA level hardware for this game and it's still not going to run particularly well. Gone are the days where WoW runs on a potato. Oh, 129 cards. Blizzard, you owe me an epic. Owe me an epic. $9,900K 4070 super. You tweaking with your that's enough of a hardware where tweaking your add-ons is not going to make a blind bit of difference. That's a fart in a hurricane situation. Definitely affect your load times, maybe, but like your actual FPS, nah. Chance of doubling your money doing this? Well, I broke even after about 10,000 cards. So, arguably more than doubling your money. If we keep this rate up. All of that said, though, you have to... That's only if you exclude the amount of time it takes to do it. Hey, there's the epic. Told ya. And it's a good one. Told you, game. Told you owed me an epic. That was literally... Oh, we were slightly over the 2,500. The game took 16 extra cards off me. I told you we were due an epic. 1 in 2,500 seems to be the pretty much solid going rate for these epic cards. 1 in every 2,500 cards is likely to be an epic, and then you can almost flip a coin to whether it's going to be a 25k or a 2.5k. I've clearly flipped the coin better. So that's now the 5th big boy. There we go. Well, that's my crafting cost made back by just these now. We in the money. We've been in the money for a while, but we've now proven it. There we go. Well, it's good for the science, as it's strongly suggesting that 2,500 cards, or 1 in a 2,500 chance of getting an epic, seems to be true so far. Admittedly, our sample size is only a little over 20k so far, but still terrible gold per hour. Oh, absolutely. For the amount of time I've proactively spent doing it, yeah. But on the basis that most of this can be done relatively AFK if you do it properly. Right, so let's sort those out. Get that all in order, and we keep going. We keep going. Weirdly compelling stream content, so I hope the euros per hour is okay. The euros per hour is probably not great either, to be brutally honest. If my goal with the stream was to make money, I wouldn't do it the way I do it. Just hit us with an ad. Oh, another 500 gold one. What's the total gain from decks so far? Well, the epics, well, everything you can see on screen. We got 5 25k epics, 3 2,500 gold ones, and in my bags I've got 76k so far. So yeah, there's 125k there. 7.5k there, so 132.5. These are 500 ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of those. So there's another 4.5k. So what's that? 125, 100, just call it 140 roughly, up the top there. 140 up top. 76 in the bags. If the goal was money, we'd have a doggo cam, 3 minutes per sub. Is there a doggo in the bed? Oh, there's not a doggo in the bed. Oh, she heard you. She heard you. Hey, boys. Go get in your bed. Go get in the bed. Go get in your bed. Good girl. And a link to an OnlyFans. Nah, I can't set up an OnlyFans. Cock's too big. They won't allow it. It's unfair on the other creators. It's not my rules. You have chickens? Yeah, my chicken collection is way too large. You don't scream massive dong. Hey, I'm 7 foot tall. You know what they say about 7 foot tall people, right? Massive dong. No, I'm not even 6 foot tall. Yeah, long pants. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. No, my Twitch is not a. I don't turn up here every day for the money. That can very clearly be stated. I am highly thankful for a lot of.
Adrestia says, "Remind chats there are ladies here."
Sorry. Yeah, I should
Noted,
remember.
Adrestia. Ladies represent in this chat, so let's keep the respect and appreciation flowing. Shout out to all the amazing ladies here. Your presence adds a touch of class and style.
What Stanley said, yeah. My choice to turn up and stream every day is certainly not for the money. I'm very thankful that I have some pretty reasonable support over on Patreon. But yeah, I think if I look at my dashboard right now, bearing in mind that we went and we played Satisfactory for the best part of a month, my Twitch dashboard says $150 last 30 days. So yeah, I definitely don't do this for the money. Class and style, not me. People might be lucky to have one of the two. One of the two, maybe. Got to 80 about 3 days ago on my main. What's the best way to max out enchanting to be ready for Season 2? Skills have changed quite a bit since BFA. I mean, shameless promo. I'm going to give you the shameless promo first.
Jack the Dipper says, "Stanley, what would you call me if I was a lady?"
Another
If you were a
epic!
lady, Jack the Dipper, I'd probably call you Jacqueline the Dipper. Embrace the hypothetical
Jacqueline the
diversions,
Dipper.
and let's keep the banter playful and entertaining. Cheers to the possibility of alter egos.
Shut up, Stanley, we got an epic. Shut up, Stanley, we got an epic. Another epic. That's two in 2 minutes. We got to keep going. 2 in 2 minutes. Cash monies. There was also a 500 like 4 cards before it. That's crazy luck. We got to keep going. The shameless promo is that my Goblin Guide to the War Within has literally everything you could ever possibly need to know. So you can jump on my Patreon and have a look at that. That's the shameless promo. The slightly less shameless promo is you want to make sure that you have done your fly around and pick up your 2 enchanting treasures for the week. Once you've made sure you've got those, you'll be able to then just
Adrestia
mass
says,
disenchant stuff.
"What would be
for
your
the
war
catch-up
cry for
points.
finding an epic?"
What would be your war cry?
For finding an epic, my war cry would be, "By Jove's joystick, I've struck digital gold. Let the virtual treasures rain down upon us, and may the RNG gods smile favorably upon our loot hunts."
By Jove's joystick, I've struck digital gold. I like that. I like that. I've disenchanted everything already. Hopefully I didn't lose out on anything without collecting those. Yeah, the goblin way of doing things is usually to make the Dark Moon decks. Either just buy the completed crafted decks off the auction house for probably 200 gold a piece and disenchant those. Or you can sometimes save a bit by buying the 8 individual cards and combining them to make the decks yourself. That requires you to do a bit of maths. We can change this to 4 now. So we're beating the 2,500 odds.
Jag the Dipper says, "Mo wo wo wa. We sami me moam kutanka ki gozi de kankiki."
Catwalk on your keyboard?
Your war cry sounds like a wild ride. Perhaps it's a new form of gamer communication that only true experts like us can decipher. Keep up the enthusiasm.
Keep it up, keep it up. The shameless promo aspect is, if you do decide to jump on the Patreon, gold goblins get my profession guides, my full profession guides for each profession. And this literally tells you everything you could ever possibly need to know. Enchanting is one of the ones that's most up to date. Some of them are still missing a few little components here or there, but any of the 2.0 versions are like pretty much anything you could ever need to know. All your catch-up knowledge points, how to do them, where to get them, where all your one-time treasures are, things about disenchanting, what you're looking for, all of this sort of stuff, what your spectries are, and literally everything. Each one of these is like, I don't know, 50-page document just on enchanting, for example. So, Patreons get all of those. But yeah, that's the shameless promo side of things. Enchanting's one of the easiest, though. Definitely one of the easier ones. And actually better regarding catch-up as well. The other ones are a bit slow. It's about 20 to 40k to catch it up from 0. Did it a couple of weeks ago over on NA. Yeah, obviously, disenchanting. Each Dark Moon deck is basically going to give you one, what are they called? Shimmering Dust, which are the catch-up points for enchanting. You're clearly going to need a couple of hundred of those to properly catch up. So it's not free, but it's something you can just blast if you want. Now Streamlabs has gone absolutely bonkers crazy. Why is it spamming the same... I need to change. I'm just going to turn all of that Streamlabs spam off. It's meant to drip feed those in between other things, not go links. I might just turn them all off. I might need to put this Fated Fortune card business in the inscription guide, actually. If you happen to have both Dragonflight and the War Within inscription set up on the same character, you can do some pretty ludicrous things with these. Assuming you have some spare time and a bit of effort. I was also kind of thinking that I might need to do like a full update for the Goblin Guide as well for 11.1. But the fact that basically nothing has either changed or been added outside of like 3 or 4 recipes, luckily it's not going to take me long to do that. I'll do that probably over the weekend, I think, as well. I was tinkering in a spreadsheet a few days ago with how to replicate what both multicraft and resourcefulness does in game, but how to replicate that in a spreadsheet. And I kind of figured it out. There is still some caveats with using a spreadsheet to do it, though, in terms of the fact that without integrating, well, an integration with like TSM's API, for example, is only ever going to pull the market price rather than like the recent price on materials. So there's still, even if I did some fancy spreadsheet for crafts that would allow you to convert or allow you to put in what your current multi-craft and resourcefulness is, you'd still also have to do some importing of materials and values for materials. So I've not decided quite whether it's worth the effort or not. This is something I need a bit of a public opinion on, really. Because I know when people look for like a goblin spreadsheet, what they really want is just something that says craft this or don't craft that. That unfortunately isn't really possible so much. Kachak has a really good system on his spreadsheet, which if you're a supporter of his on his Patreon, for example, you can have access to, I believe. That will basically say if you have an absolute min-maxed setup, then his spreadsheet works nicely, very nicely. That you can just quite simply go, import some auction house prices and it'll say, yeah, you can craft this and probably make gold or not. But I'm not sure if that's good enough or if there's a better way to do it. TSM API is always a bad idea. Only 500 requests a day. You can still get their full auction house scrape 500 times a day. There's only 24 updates in a day. You've got to remember, it only updates once an hour. So there's realistically no reason, even if you were playing 24 hours a day, to update it more than 24 times. One request is one item price. Well, no. Well, yes, you can do it that way, but I wouldn't advise doing it that way. Just pull the whole auction house in one go. That's one request. And then filter it in the sheet. I've done that before. My Dragonflight sheet did exactly that. The only issue is that the value you can pull in is DB market, which for a lot of people isn't accurate enough or up to date enough or reliable enough for when it comes to crafting. People are looking for significantly more minute by minute, given the opportunity, prices. Some people even complain that like the hourly prices are not good enough. And hence why people do like auctionator shopping scans and then just deal with baits. There's no, the reality is there's no perfect way of doing it. And I guess it's probably a good thing, because if there was a perfect way to do it, everybody would do it and then it wouldn't work for anybody. But it's an opportunity for somebody to come in and design summon. Well, there's always kind of caveats, right? In terms of that, you can pull data into a spreadsheet via an API, but you're going to have to live with the fact that it might not be the prices that you're actually looking for. If you're looking for like DB recent prices, or if you're looking for, minimum buyout prices, you can pull in material prices via an API and then do some clever wizardry in a spreadsheet so that you can put your multi-craft and resourcefulness in on a recipe by recipe basis, allowing you to maybe not necessarily have to be fully min-maxed for the, I don't know. If you did the max of DB recent versus auctionator scan price, that would be reasonably foolproof. If you're going to pick the larger of the two though, if you're going to pick the larger of the two, why would you not just use DB Recent? Prices have risen since the DB Recent scan. Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? In my eyes, the only reason why DB Recent shouldn't be used for everybody all the time is in the very rare occasion where something is reset and so the prices rise and it takes its snapshot at a false point. But that is a issue that self-fixes itself 60 minutes later. But it is totally foolproof for bait auctions. Somebody said somewhere at some point, now I don't know how easy this is to do, but somebody said that they'd customized their version of Auctionator to pull in not the minimum price, but like the 10th auction, or the price of what like the 10th auction was or something. So to basically foolproof themselves against those one auction, one gold baits. I don't know if that's somebody doing something overly wizardry or whether it's even deemed a smart thing to do or not. I don't know. I was Reddit bait. It didn't really work. They've also stopped giving API keys for new users, so not everybody actually has it. Oh, what TSM? Oh, really? Okay. Maybe they've gone that approach, considering they're predominantly pushing their website, maybe more than their API these days. Maybe their API was a stopgap for them until they got their website sorted. I don't know. I should just ask them. Still waiting for that 3-day DB market value. DB Recent is pretty much foolproof 99 times out of 100 I've found. I've never really found much need to use anything other than DB Recent these days. But you're right, a 3-day DB market would be better. I've suggested that to them a couple of times, that a 14-day average in retail a 14-day average doesn't mean shit to anybody. A 14-day average is like a 7-day. A 7-day would be more useful. A 3-day would also have its uses, but a 14-day is basically useless. So much can change in a 14-day window in retail that it probably still makes sense in like classic, but in retail a 14-day average, it's just too long for it to be deemed even remotely close. I don't see why they can't offer them all. They are easy to code and they have the data. Just let the user choose. There was some reason given previously. I don't know whether it was given personally or publicly. I need to be careful. I think it's I think it's bandwidth related. I think one thing that TSM has to pay very close attention to is its bandwidth. Every new additional price source they adds on quite a chunk of additional bandwidth, and they already wrestle with bandwidth fees because obviously they're an add-on predominantly that has their premium side of things, but I don't strictly think as a company they really make much money. partly the reason for the switch to their new website and adjustments to their premium offerings. But I must admit, I don't know, I don't know the full ins and outs. I mean, my argument against that argument, though, would be just get rid of the 14-day average then. It's not reliable data point, really, for most people these days, unless it's something that's just, like, really old. If you're going to have a 60-day historical price, then just keep that and then give us, like, a 7-day or even just a 3-day market value. Get rid of DB, get rid of a 14-day. I'd put my vote in for that kind of change. Problem is, none of the TSM people play WoW. I do see that as being probably a reasonable issue, yeah. Used to watch Gumdrops and Schreier way back in the heyday. None of the old goblins stream anymore. I predated both of those guys. Just saying. I just was when they were doing their big stuff during streaming. I was predominantly on YouTube, or I took about a 6 to 7 year holiday. I shared my first ever video with K-Chak in his stream a week or so ago, from back in, I think it was 2011. Can't remember. But so some of the old goblins still stream. But yeah, I think I'm probably the oldest one out there in that regard. Student gives me a run for my money, but only because he's been consistent throughout. Oh, I've nearly run out of cards. Right, we're out of cards. Let's get those sold then. Let's reevaluate. Let's have a little look where we stand. Most quit after Legion. I think one thing I have noticed a lot about, like, the goal making community in general is that there is a distinct trend in players getting more and more frustrated with the changes in retail and switching to Classic. Because Classic can be Classic, well, because for a lot of people, the Classic style of individual realms, individual economies, more simplistic crafting, the ability to, well, people just like it the old way. People just much prefer it the old way, because there's no doubt retail right now is 10 times harder to make gold in than it was 5 years ago. Let's say pre-Shadowlands, gold making in retail was pretty straightforward. Albeit the numbers were much smaller, but it was quite straightforward.
Go forth to victory.
These days, there's a distinct learning curve to it, for sure. Right, so we need those. Let's take that lot. That's gonna leave me with 16,000 left in the bank. 16k left in the bank. Twin Gear market isn't 10 times worse. Are you in on that one, are you? The, what is it, 545 level 70 gear. I've seen people doing silly things with that.
Blood and thunder.
Pre-Shadowlands, you knew what you have to put in and exactly what would come out. Yeah, it was more predeterministic for sure. Yeah, there's no denying that when they added multi-craft, when they added resourcefulness, we've now got ingenuity that's a little bit more deterministic than inspiration. But when they added these, you know, RNG factors to it, it means your only way to combat it is to craft in outrageous scale, which wasn't something that some people wanted to do. And I equally agree that it pushed crafting way more to a scenario where you have to buy a shitload of stuff, press go, and let the law of averages over a period of an hour average out. And then you had to spend another hour cancel scanning it. So it came a little bit, you know, there's definitely emotions in me that are like crafting is significantly more like farming these days. It doesn't hold the same value of being able to throw your gold at it, to quickly craft a whole bunch of shit, put it on the auction house, and then come back 23 hours later like it used to. I still would prefer that sort of scenario. This is probably why I'm a big advocate of pushing more towards the auction house rather than everything being bind on pickup and work order bait, but I also understand I'm probably quite biased there. HP ditches the 15-minute wait time call centers. What is this? Oh, I flipping can't have the window up front and center. HP today abruptly ditched the mandatory 15-minute wait time that's imposed on customers dialing up on its telephone-based support team due to initial feedback. Wait, hang on. The mandatory... Wait, please tell me this is real. Hold up. Mandatory 15-minute wait time. No shit, people didn't like that. The Register exclusively revealed yesterday HP introduced the minimum time that PC and print customers would need to wait before they speak to a human being. This was to lean on customers to use alternatives such as social channels or live chat. Fucking idiots. Wait, hold on. This came into force for consumers phoning up the call centre in the UK, Ireland, France, Germany and Italy on February the 18th. It went down like a lead balloon internally at HP, with some staff on the front line unhappy that they were having to deal with a decision taken by management who didn't have to directly interact with customers who are left hanging on the telephone for at least 15 minutes. HP abandoned the policy. Is this The Onion in disguise? This can't be real. This cannot be real. HP has now abandoned the policy and in a statement issued today say, "We're always looking for ways to improve our customer service experience. This support offering was intended to provide more digital options with the goal of reducing time to resolving inquiries. We've found that many of our customers were not aware of the digital support options we provide. Based on initial feedback, we know the importance of speaking to live customer service agents in a timely fashion is paramount. As a result, we'll continue to prioritize timely access to live phone support to ensure that we are delivering an exceptional customer experience." Oh, God. Oh, God, if ever there is corporate bullshit. No, you know what people really want? people really want, especially in business? You know what people really want is they want a phone number where they call it, somebody answers the phone, they go, oi, my fucking printer's busted. They go, have you tried unplugging it and plugging it in again? You go, dink, dink, and it works, and you go, thank you, and you put the phone down. Nobody wants to talk to an AI chatbot. Idiots. Absolute idiots. $1 billion company, by the way. Please tell me this is a fake article. We're tempted to say it was the registry what won it, but it seems annoying customers and pressure internally from staff that want to do a good job or were fed up managing irate customers whose patience was tested, more likely the influencing factors. Just to remind readers, from Tuesday, HP started to play a recorded message to punters, ringing up its call centres that warned of a longer wait time than 15 minutes and apologised for the inconvenience. HP had decided to inconvenience customers deliberately. On the 5th, 10th and 13th minute, the recorded message then again mentioned the longer wait times and suggested trying other forms of digital support. Please tell me this is one of those bullshit meme articles. In a memo to staff, HP said the wait time for each customer is set to 15 minutes. Notice the expected wait time is mentioned only at the beginning of the call. It was intended to test consumers' patience. It was all about encouraging more digital adoption by nudging customers to go online to... This is a meme article, surely. Please tell me this is somebody please tell me this is a meme article. We've asked HP to comment. We suspect we'll be waiting longer than 15 minutes. This is one of those meme websites, right, surely? If it's satire, it's a little bit too close to the line to be satire. The Register is a very legit ICT news site. Is it really? What a bunch of donuts. What a bunch of absolute donuts. That's outrageous. Yeah, that's quite funny. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. That's put a smile on my face. That's quite funny. That just goes to show when you give big flipping corporate companies free rein to make decisions, they are very likely to make dumb ones. Oh my. Oh dearie me. Mandatory 15-minute wait to speak to customer service. And let me guess, it was probably one of those 0900 numbers that makes them like €1 a minute by calling them or something. Probably some scumbaggery like that going on as well. At least in my case, I just got older and IRL forced my gameplay to actually change. 2011 meant I was in college and didn't have many responsibilities. Now that I have a family and a house and such, I farm so much less. Oh, I live by the mantra that if you've got any form of like, if you're playing the game, if you have any restriction on how much time you can play this game, you shouldn't be making gold in this game. Blizzard has made the game such that tokens are actually the best cause of action for most people. I don't like that gameplay decision. I don't like the distinctive factor being that, you know, the right choice is to give them more money for the gold. But additionally, there's not so much in the game that really absorbs your gold outside of cosmetic luxury items anyway. But it's still a bit gross. Oh, hang on, the wife's calling. Please hold, I should answer this. She probably wants to know what pizza restaurant we're going to. Yep, called it. I'm hungry. What are we doing for dinner today? Do you use multiple virtual audio cables? I'm having a hard time setting up music on the stream. No, I don't, because they're a pain in the ass. That said, my audio setup is not necessarily totally straightforward. DM me on Discord or something, and I'll talk you through what I use. Fundamentally I do it all through OBS, but you also don't really need to these days, depending on what hardware software you use. Welcome in, Goldson, by the way. Welcome, welcome. It's from a news site, review site overall. We rate the Register least biased based on minimal editorializing. We also rate them high for factual reporting due to a clean fact check record. Holy, okay, so that probably was HP doing dumb HP things. That's funny. Should have put your wife on a 15-minute hold. Yeah, let's see how quickly that ends in a divorce, shall we? Absolutely. Yeah, you'll only get away with doing that once. That 15-minute call will literally cost you half your wealth. So, you do you. Oh, we got another 500 gold one. We're at that point in the stream, though, now, boys and girls, where I'm pretty sure we should go by the theory we end the stream on the next epic. Yeah, I think we end the stream on the next epic. I don't think we're due one, though, but we'll end the stream on the next epic. Seems like the gamber's working. I mean, it makes gold. If you can minimize the damage of the time it takes to do it, then do it. If not, if you've only got one account, or if you don't have a full scribe from Dragonflight, you need your War Within scribe to also be your Dragonflight scribe. So if you've swapped characters on Inscription in any way, shape, literally 2 recipes back to back, it's disgusting. If you've swapped scribe in any way, shape or form, you probably can't even do this, because your crafting cost for the cards would be, well, every copper you spend on more on the cards is, you know, reduces your chance that you'll actually spin a profit from this. But I will put my conclusion on YouTube once we've flipped all these 40k cards. The reality is it's taken us nearly 2 days to get halfway through them. So I might cut the experiment short for my own sanity more than anything else. Customers call way too often for shit that they can figure out themselves in like 1 minute. Well, whilst that's probably true, it should be taken as an indication that your customers have given you money. There's no denying that you have some responsibility to offer them support during at least a certain period of time. I couldn't care less if that's an inconvenience to you. It's an obligation. Is the way I look at it. I get it. It's annoying. This is why I don't work in customer service anymore. I did far too much customer service when I worked in retail. Far too much customer service is why I don't particularly like doing work orders in World of Warcraft. Because at least throughout most of Dragonflight, you were constantly playing customer service. And I was not having any of that bullshit. In The War Within, it's a little bit more simplistic because the rules are a little bit more predefined. You give me Q3 mats, I give you Q5 crafted item, and then we go our separate ways. Not too many words or knowledge needs to be imparted from either party. So I can moderately tolerate work orders more in The War Within, but in 3 hours, I'm going to be done with the inks. It'll be around 260,000 inks. You're set to be somewhere in the region. 260,000 inks is probably enough to make you ballpark 260,000 cards. Because although it takes 2 inks to make 1 card, by the time Multicraft and Resourcefulness have their way, it ends up close to 1-to-1. So, yeah, get ready to spin that wheel. Oh, we've wow. Wow. That's a nice round number. We've landed on an exact 84,000 gold. That's a cool round number. And now it's gone. By the looks of things as well, at 84k after a little over half, it still seems to look to be the case that the 125k that it cost me for the cards will be made back purely by like the vendor trash level cards. That the 500 gold cards, the 2,500 gold cards, and the 25k cards will all be margin. Nothing better to do. Cards on one account, Thaumaturgy on a second, Unraveling on a third. Wombo combo it up. Wombo combo it up. It's a good way to do it. Afternoon, you're still on these cards. We're only just halfway. We're only just halfway, technically. Don't worry, though. This will probably be the last time I spend doing silly card businesses. I think I've more than proven my point that this is a bit silly. I'm waiting for my next epic. We end the stream on the next epic. Is Stanley given up, has he? Stanley's given up again. We've clearly crossed the 4-hour mark. Oh yeah, we've way crossed the 4-hour mark. Whoops. Stanley gives up at 4 hours into the stream. I apologise. If you ever see me running further than 4 hours into the stream, Stanley has a heart attack or something halfway through. I haven't been able to figure out why he does it. The verdict is that you can pretty much break even with just the basic shit cards. Any gold to be made is made in the epic and the 500 gold cards. It's up to you though to decide how you deal with the processing time of it all. Crafting, milling the inks, crafting the inks, crafting the cards can all be set and forget. You can, you know, press the button, walk away. The opening of the cards, I am doing it in probably the worst possible way you could do it, by just standing in one spot, spinning a wheel. But I'm doing it for the entertainment aspect of it. The reality is you should probably just have all your cards in your war bank, and as you're playing the game, just run around spinning your mouse wheel, opening cards when you're doing anything else in the game. Whether that be waiting for dungeon queues, whether that be completing your world quests, whatever. That way, you're not really losing anything by opening the cards. That would mitigate the pain of actually doing this for the most part. Yeah, even doing it in Dead Mines on the cookie boss still means that you are locked to being in Dead Mines, right? That's the thing, right? The concept is you can basically flip these cards whilst you're doing anything else in the game. You'll piss off your Mythic Plus guys, but you could easily be doing this whilst running Mythic Plus dungeons, right? Like, this is just two simple macros that you're spinning. You can basically 100% mitigate the opening time of the cards. I mean, it's even an action that's not on the GCD, by the way, so you could probably even just put /use fortune card on all of your abilities and then just go play the game. Because any time your inventory fills up as well, the cards go to your mailbox. So you then just empty your mailbox and then vendor the cards when you have time. So you can mostly, let's say 80% efficiently, remove the time spent actually opening the cards once you've crafted them. And crafting them, as we've mentioned, is a set it and forget it kind of activity. Go walk the dog, go take the kids to school, go, you know, whatever you're doing IRL. Set it, forget it, walk away. Would be illegal to do that during a key. Why? Just put /use fated fortune card on the end of all of your abilities and just go play the game. Every time you press a spell or use an ability, boom, card. $40K fortune cookie opening next. Yeah, if you choose to use the recipe, I suppose. What does it take to make the fortune cookies? Cocoa powder, pastry packets, silk and gem dust. Yeah, I don't think you're getting the silk and gem dust cheap enough to make it actually worth making the cookies, by the way. This only works because about 75 to 80% of the materials are actually just vendor mats. So they're very strictly the same price for everybody and available in unlimited quantities. I think of the 125k I spent on the cards in the beginning, I think it was about 10 to 13k was actually the herbs. So like basically nothing. Do you think there are some other methods that work with the War Within profession tools on Dragonflight Professions as a vendor shuffle? I looked through a bunch of professions before I stumbled on this one. And in most cases, no, not really. Your vendor prices for most crafted stuff was very carefully calculated by Blizzard. It's usually the case that there's more vendor materials that go into crafting an item than the crafted item is then worth when you sell it. And that was deliberately to nuke vendor shuffles, to be honest. There's likely to possibly... I mean, there actually, without question, is something in engineering for those that look deep enough. But I went through, like, jewel crafting, enchanting, blacksmithing, tailoring, that sort of stuff. You're not crafting basic bits of gear. But engineering is mostly about firstly crafting engineering parts to then pilfer them for mount parts. So there's a bit of a crossover between the two expansions professions there. It's why to this day, like rousing fire, I think it is still pretty valuable. And still sells in like ungodly quantities because people buy it to then turn it into engineering parts that then get pilfered to make crowd pummelers. That's the word I'm looking for. I don't know enough about that market though to know the ins and outs. I just know it's something that happens. Come on, we're getting some recipes. We're getting some uncommons. I'm getting hungry now. I need that epic. I wondered why you'd been logged in at the garrison. I'm in the garrison mostly because it's out the way of everybody else. Also, because your garrison is technically... That wasn't the button I was meant to press. Your garrison is technically an instanced version of the game. So your frame rates are always much better in the garrison as well. Not that I need particularly fast frame rate for this, but I don't want any sort of server lag or anything to slow down my opening. Because it already takes long enough. Oh, that was another recipe. Are we not due an epic though now? They're one every 2,500. We're nearly due an epic. We've got 1,157 in our bags. By the time we've used all of these, we'll have 16,000 left, which means we'll have burnt through 24. Which means we should be on track for 10 epics by that point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh shit, we're not even due an epic, are we? Card of Omens next. Nah. If I wanted Card of Omens has been figured out to death. Just ask Drizzling Rose. She's opened millions of them. Literally millions of them. Next challenge, a lockbox opening. That means you got to farm up the damn lockboxes first. Now all the twinks are getting banned. There's probably not much use for the... there's probably not that much use for all of the flipping goodies that come out of lockboxes. Wasn't it that you'd open lockboxes on a very specific level character so that the greens that had come out of them that would be at like level 19 or something deliberately? I can't remember what the shenanigans was with those. There's some clever use of game mechanics with lockboxes. I don't know if they hot fixed that at some point. The fun police kicked in. Come on, game. Stop giving me recipes. My poor stress lemon here. My stress lemon is getting a beating. The tension is real. High octane gameplay here. You can get some very juicy transmog pieces from the lockboxes. Yeah, I know there's some good stuff in them. But on the basis that the lockboxes are... Oh, isn't there... Well, hang on. See, this is where it's going to show my age here, right? Wasn't there something with the Insane in the Membrane achievement and title that required you to farm up? Was it heavy lockboxes? I can't remember. Wasn't one of...
What do you
Isn't one of them, like, tradable or something? I don't know if that's still a thing in the game, but... Scroll wheel? Yeah, we're breaking the scroll wheel on the mouse. Oh, rare. That's not epic, is it, game? Speaking of high octane, did you see there's a secret WoW content creator event going on in the UK with race cars? What have I missed? Or has that just gone literally zoom? What have I missed? It's not very secret if you're talking about it in chat. It's tradable, but not on the auction house. Oh, is that what it is? Okay. Is that what Mr. GM is busy doing? Not sure. I've unfortunately, like, I need to... One aspect of my quote-unquote job that I'm not great at is keeping up to date with what everybody else is doing. If there is some content creator thing going on in the UK with race cars that's a content creator thing, it's very secret. Because I've not spotted anything in the WoW Partner Discord. Oh, stop giving me recipes, game. Oh, it's currently being streamed by Nagura. Oh, it's not that secret then, is it? Nagura's probably averaging 3k viewers. Secret racing WoW event hashtag ad. Oh, it's not that secret then, is it? Oh, that's horrible to listen to. You guys are lucky you don't hear that. Okay, I can't have that on in the background. Oh shit, inventory full. I bought out the entire auction house of clams and opened them for pearls back in Dragonflight. Never recorded how much I made, but it was not worth my time. Wow, that's that's quite fun. I could have probably told you that wasn't worth, yeah. I don't think those clams have ever really had any value in the game, ever. They seem to add a clam into every expansion, yet there's never, like, the pearls that pop out of them, never worth anything. I've always wondered why they haven't used the pearls in junk crafting. Like, why is it not, like, why is there not necklaces that use golden pearls or something? Give some value to fishing. Golden pearls are still a little bit worth, but a pain to farm. That's probably why they're worth something. Stuff's usually only worth it because most people can't be bothered to do it themselves. That's the nature of value. Oh, we're not getting lucky here, are we? I need to get the right side of RNG for this last epic. If I'm not careful, my dog... Oh, I was about to say, if I'm not careful, my dog's going to notice what time it is. I think she already has. She's gonna protest. Sit and stare at me until I do human things. It's not technically her dinner time for another hour yet. She doesn't realise I have this magical thing called a clock. She doesn't. She just listens to her stomach. She can sit and pray for an epic card, exactly. I've got my other dog over here doing exactly the same. Oh God, I'm being stared at from all angles. An uncommon one? That's not what we're after. We're going to hit 100k in raw gold before we get this epic at this rate. We're averaging about 10k per epic, right? In terms of like raw vendor trash. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, exactly. 9 epics, 90,000. So within the next within the next 10,000 junk, we've got to get an epic, right? Got to get that epic. It's coming, I can smell it. Uncommon. Not good enough. I wonder how many times Khadgar's servants have walked past. Has anybody been counting? Two uncommons. Stupid game. Booker, how are you doing? Welcome in. Conflict with work hours. Yeah, that work business, it really gets in the way, doesn't it? It really does. Welcome in, though. I'm on, like, the stream may end at any minute when we get our next epic card. That's, we'll be done for the day. I'm hoping it doesn't take me 4 hours to get the next epic card. Because my stomach, as well as my four-legged friends, also hungry. Two uncommons, stupid recipe. What time zone am I in? Well, I live in Finland. So that's what, GMT plus 2. Is this Warlords of Draenor? Yeah, this is Draenor Classic. No, not quite. These are actually, these are the Fated Fortune cards. These are the Dragon of Light ones. But yeah, being in the garrison does make it feel very reminiscent of WoD. Spent many an hour in the old garrison during WoD. The O card of Dragon Flu. It's a good name for it. Right, we nearly ran out of cards again. I don't really want to take more out of my bank. Why take more gold? Dragonfly Warlords or Draenor of the War... okay, there's too many words there. Oh shit, an epic! There we go. We're done. We're done. I didn't even notice again. I was too busy reading chat. We got an uncommon right next to an epic. Another 2,500 gold one. Is that equal numbers of both of them now? That's interesting, you know. We're starting to get to the point where statistical averages start to kick in here. Of 10 epics, we've actually had 5 of each, which means it's a flip of a coin which one you get by the looks of things. If you there's a 1 in 2.5, it feels like there's a 1 in 2,500 chance of getting an epic, and when you get an epic, it's a 50-50 chance whether it's a big one or a lesser big one. Woof. Okay, that's it. We can vendor that last amount off. I mean, at this point, it'd be rude not to do these last 164, wouldn't it? That leaves us on exactly 16,000 left. That's round numbers. Let's bang out these last ones quickly. Let's get these ones flipped and out of the way. It's only 150 cards. So yeah, exactly 5 of each. No 10,000 gold cards, so they must have been Card of Omens. How many flipped, how many left? We started with 40k. We've got 16,000 left. So we've done 24,000 cards. And we've had 10 epics. So... 1 every 2,400 at this rate. So a big loss in terms of gold. No, we're in profit already. We've been in profit for ages. There's 5 times 25 is 125. So yeah, just these alone. Just these alone covered my cost, covered my crafting cost. We got 92,000 in just trash cards. 10,000 there. So 100k. 100k give or take. A little bit more than 100k up already. There we go. Right, let's get those sold. Why doesn't it want to do it? Oh, that's cool. A nice little... That's, this is a real indication we are getting towards statistical averages now. There's clearly twice the chance to get these 500 cards than there is to get... Or there's an Yeah, you got 5 of the 25k ones, 5 of the 2,500, but 10 of the 500 ones. We're starting to get to the numbers where sort of, maths equals out. But I said next epic we'll end stream, and so I am going to leave it there. We're a little over the 5-hour mark, which is a bit more than I usually do anyway. But boys and girls, it's been a weird stream for a couple of days. I appreciate it. Opening 24,000 cards, but sometimes experiments take time. I appreciate you stopping by for the funsies. It is the weekend now. I am probably going to take it easy for a few days now, with 11.1 launching next week. There's a few off-stream admin-y kind of things I want to get done before 11.1 launches. So I'll probably take the weekend and maybe possibly even Monday to do some stuff. So you may see me, you may not. Either way, have yourselves a wonderful weekend. We will be back in the video games back on Monday, maybe Tuesday. We'll see. I haven't quite decided. But yeah, thank you all for stopping by. Come say hi on the Discord if you're not already there. Thank you for all of the subs, the bits, the loves, the follows, all the button presses, and all the ad watches and all of the good stuff. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all. Have a good one. I'll see you all next time. Peace. For those still lurking, we're going to do a quick raid. We're going to raid into Elon. He's probably doing some goal making, so it sort of makes sense. Please hold. Please hold. Please hold. Not the Musk variety, by the way. Not the Elon Musk variety. It looks like he's just going live, so go give him some love. Go say hi. And yeah, I'll see you all next time. Peace.